Greetings, mortals. Whoa, that was brighter than usual. I'm like, whoa.
Ring light. Hey, how's it going? Hair. Why is my hair so long? It just keeps growing. Is hair supposed to be doing this? Is this a thing that's supposed to happen? It feels unnatural. Let's see here. What is happening? Okay, so we can close this. Stuff. We can close this stuff. None of this stuff is necessary. Why do I have it open? So many tabs that I do not need. I guess I could have just closed the whole thing and then reopened the one tab that I do need. Might have been less work, but it's fine. I have not copied the stream over. Alright, so I should probably shave today. I say as if I shouldn't shave on every day. So I have, over the course of yesterday afternoon, I have come up with a routing for the run. So I have, not for the run, sorry, for the very beginning of the run. So the initial routing that we have of New Sorpigal into Ravenshore into Harmondale, that routing is pretty much just like a given, right? Like I have all that preset. That's understood, very simple, didn't need to really do much. The later stuff is harder to figure out what I want to actually do and accomplish. Excuse me. And so, but I've now got that locked down. It turned out that it was actually pretty simple to lock it down, because of the fact that unless Merge has added unarmed trainers, the only place to get unarmed and dodging master is Evanmorn Island. So because Evanmorn Island is the only location that you can get those skills, it just makes life a lot simpler in terms of navigation, because it means that the Might Magic 7 priority with a monk in the party is to get to Evanmorn Island as soon as possible. So we're just making a mad rush for Tatalia. I believe in Tatalia we'll be able to... I say a mad rush. It's still going to take 2 weeks probably to get there. But the... because we have so many other places that we need to do in between, because we're only going to be in Might Magic 7, you know, for 1 in 3 things, or something along those lines. So the... I've actually, in my own channel, I posted up my routing. If people, my Discord channel, if people are interested, they can take a look at that. If people are really interested, I can post it over in the MA Discord, but I don't want to clutter up their Discord with too much of, you know, my nonsense. You know, I'm happy to share with people that I'm live over there. I'm happy to talk over there, but it's not my Discord. I don't want to be like sharing my, you know, weird random stuff necessarily over there, because it's like they have like a, you know, there's a lot of people who want to talk about the mod in general, not just my run. Let's see here. So what am I doing? Okay, we are going to the arena first. That's what we're gonna do. I need to do a couple of things before anything else happens. The first is we do need to go to the arena, and I am going to do that first. The next thing is we actually need to go back to, whatchamacallit? We need to go back to Dagger Wound in order to do a thing there. Let's see, we have some form of spellcaster here. Unfortunately, I need to heal myself, I think. Do I need to heal myself, or will it automatically put me to full? It does not put me to full, so that was a mistake.
This one's all right.
Right. Do we have Stone Skin active? Yes. We're going to swap this to shield. And I'm just going to dive down. I think now we should have a very easy time here. This part should be fairly simple. And it won't be until we get to the rats that we start dealing with stuff that might end up being a problem for us, probably. Because before, when we came in here, we had only one character who was hitting for hundreds of damage, I believe. I believe Kortal was hitting for like 300 max, and Komanatin was hitting for about 100. Like, massively different setup now. We've gotten a few more levels, but more importantly, we've gotten some better gear. So we should be able to clear out this first one of these. And if we want... Oh, you're Thorns. Hello. Okay, well, luckily, Thorns doesn't matter that much if it's really low level. Because you just kill it. Okay, we're not looting it until we've got ourselves healed up a bit. But now we can loot it. This will trigger the next set to spawn. But I believe this is going to be similarly... this is going to be a similar setup, I think. So we managed to clear out a swarm of them before the next swarm even spawned. This is going very smoothly so far. This is going too smoothly. We've gotten very strong relative to the encounters that we have here. But bear in mind, the reason that I didn't do this last time was because while those two were reasonable fights, these are twice the level of the previous enemies. So this might end up still being a very difficult fight, despite the fact that the first couple were pretty trivial, and we just don't know. We'll know when they start to get enough numbers in here on us that they start to overwhelm us a bit. Like so. Disease. Okay, we are in trouble here. We don't have very many of these on us, and we are still getting beaten. Like, we're losing to a fairly small number of them in melee. And they don't range attack very often. So we're gonna have to swap it up. Yep. Yeah, the rats are a lot stronger. The rats. So the earlier enemies are level 10-ish. I think they start at like level 11 or something. And the rats, I think, start at level 22. They're like literally double the level. So it's a huge power spike in the last wave there. And Orin's going to be able to do certain things fairly soon. Do we want... We're going to increase our axe up to 7. And we also have the ability to get GM axe fairly early. I don't know if we can get GM chain early. Our current routing will include access to Grandmaster axe and spear by the time we finish our routing. We need to... I guess we need to spend our skill points, which I haven't spent yet. And am I going to pump your regen? It's tempting to pump regen at least to 10. I feel like I had very, very low regen in the previous run, and it wasn't really contributing much by the end at 4 expert. But 10 expert is very cheap, and it might actually be worthwhile. So I'm not sure if I want to do that yet, but it's certainly an option. And do I want to put the points into these 3 first? I could also... Oh, actually, I need Bodybuilding Master as soon as I get to, I believe, Freehaven. I'm going to do this. We're going to put 2 points in this, get this up to 7. You could do something similar. I need to get my Mind Magic up to the point where I can get Expert. We are going to do what? Sortira needs... I need more healing throughput, actually, by a considerable margin. I should at the very least put body up to 7. Am I going to invest heavily into body on Sortira? I don't think so. Because I think that spirit-based healing is the way to go for a person who can Grandmaster Spirit and can't Grandmaster Body. I'm also going to have... Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna focus more on body. I might eventually get more points in body, but we are not going to stack it because the most important body is Hammerhand's body. Hammerhand's body. Gives 0.3% per skill level. That only affects one party member. I don't think that's going to be worthwhile. You're definitely pumping spirit. Eventually. Is there a reason to do it right now? I don't think so, right? What is the other thing you're casting? Oh, you have body resistance active. Interesting. Right, this gives me might. I think that the might boost is worth it. What else do I want to do? Let's see. Oh, we also have a bunch of inventory management to do, apparently. I think I actually might take this off in favor of this. It may give me, it probably will give me less total mana regen. It doesn't. It's a big increase to my maximum mana, which by extension increases my mana regen. Do you have... Actually, weirdly, I don't know that I have Identify Monster Expert in my chain. I might have it in my pathing, and I might not. I actually don't know yet. All right, I'm not going to worry about too much more. I think we should be okay here. I did also forget to swap. After I finished the mages, I forgot to swap to Stone Skin. So that makes a pretty big difference on its own.
This will be fun.
But the other thing is that we don't need to worry too much about the initial phases. The initial phases are pretty easy. So even though our characters are going to start out weak here, and by weak I mean diseased, they're going to start out with low HP. That's actually fine. It doesn't matter that much because we should be able to recover during these. But maybe not. I might have been a little too low, actually. Too low for comfort, maybe. That's pretty funny. I'm gonna end up dying.
Like it's up to me.
That is actually very funny. Oh, did I not turn on... I didn't cast shield, did I? Yep. Okay, so... We didn't have shield on. We are going to save this again. We do need shield for this if we're going to be doing it early. I think I need to actually wait to get a little bit more HP. The disease is going to make the arena a huge pain in the ass. I'm glad that I have so many SP regen items because I really need them. Okay. This should be plenty to... Oh, no! It weakens... It... Oh, God! It resets me anyway, so I can't do anything about that. Yeah, it is counting as, like, a... like, day weight type deal, so... I'm getting reset back down to... Ooh, that's gonna be rough. Yeah, disease for the Endless Arena is actually a very big deal. I'm gonna dive you. Okay, I'm gonna get up the ramp, question mark. We might actually struggle here. So basically I'm going to have to... Okay, this is the boss. It's a leecher? Oh, God. Why are you a leecher? Oh, God. This is actually going to be rough. This is going to be profoundly more difficult than I expected. Okay. Shit. Okay. There we go. We got it down. Luckily, it doesn't have very much. I took the fucking... What am I doing? I took the bait! I took the bait! Get baited, scrub! Okay, we need to get upstairs. Okay. Okay. So yeah, the thing, I think, is supposed to set it so that you are... back up to full HP between each endless round. But if you have, because of the code that it's using for it, it's using code that is going to actually set you lower if you have disease. Like it's doing basically like as if you rested with disease. So you start out in a compromised situation. Same for Zinger. Okay, so this is adamantite. We are going to hold off on killing it. Oh, wait. Did I? I think I forgot to... not hold off on killing it, sorry. Hold off on looting it. We need to... Okay, we do have Stone Skin active again. We're fine. We're going to wait. I might not loot this at all, actually. I might just wait to give myself the maximum amount of mana to play with before the rats spawn. They're not pure melees. I'm going to stand right here. I have the ability to jump. And I'm going to let them come to me here. And then if things get dicey... I'll have jump set to E. This is actually giving me quite a lot of time. I'm just going to take this. I'm going to dive you. That is concerning that that took that many hits to kill. I must have missed it with Quartal. Okay. Okay. Kill the one upstairs. Don't have to deal with that now. This hole might be doing it for us. Oh shit, I'm in trouble. The person who casts jump is down. Fire rat's down, but another fire rat just spawned on me. This is the boss. GG. Okay. You know, I'm pretty content with this. I'm pretty happy with how much of a challenge it's going to be. So because of the fact that this is going to be a little bit more difficult than I anticipated, I'm not going to do my training yet because I still have to level up at the other place, but I don't want to level up yet because I don't want to get the levels from that quest. And then have to fight a bunch of enemies that are going to give me less experience because of the experience that I got off of the quest. Because quest experience is not lowered by you being higher level in the quest, I don't believe. Also, I don't think it would be lowered either way because that's just not how it's it's calculated based off of how high level you are, I think. At any rate, so I want to do this first. And let's see. So we're gonna sell.
I can't.
Right. Okay. But yeah, we have the anointed herb potion.
I can't fit anymore.
All right. So let's go to the armor shop, which was that here-ish? Yeah. We're gonna go here.
We can outfit you.
I'm gonna sell all this bullshit. And I'm gonna hold on to this for now. I probably should just get rid of it, honestly. This I should check everybody with. This is a slight upgrade, allegedly. This gives me HP. It's more than a slight upgrade. It also gives me luck, which is going to give me other things. So this has 8 armor. This has 8 armor. So this is a bunch of body resistance and a luck boost. I'm surprised. Oh, it has 1 fewer hit point on it. I see. That explains why. Let's see here. Is this an upgrade? This is a pretty significant durability upgrade. It's got more armor on it. Do I want to make this trade? It's 10 additional AC. I think maybe not, but I'm not going to get rid of it yet. That's something that I'll hold on to for right now. We have this, which is... Oh, wait, this is... We actually might...
There's no room.
Suspension resistances and some speed. Okay, so this is very good for fire damage, which we're not currently taking. I will hold on to both of these shields for right this moment. I'll make a decision on that later. This... I think we can probably... No, this is SP gear. We're going to hold on to that. This is status immunity gear. This goes right here. We have a place for that. Arms Master chain. Luckily, the chain, because we have a legendary now, we just don't need chain anymore. This is a really good cloak. It's God of Doom built into it. This is a good contender for making into something more. So it's good to know. Do I have multiple copies of Cure Paralysis? %13 vitality. One piece of very good news that I have is that we are going to be getting...
We can outfit you.
The dagger skill to expert very soon. We just need to clear like a couple more zones. And we've got it. The second we go back to Might Magic 6, we've got it. But even if we don't go back to Might Magic 6 of it immediately, I think if we go back to... Is it 8 or is it 7? I think it's 8. We will also get it.
There's no room.
So... Alright, let's do weapons now. Okay. This I'm pretty sure is going to be downgrade. Stealing. this. Fairly sure this is a downgrade. We're currently using a mace because we have somehow managed to not pick up a decent sword. Or rather, we've, I guess, just found a really good mace. So, unusually, our best DPS weapon
There's no room.
is a
There's no
mace.
room. I can't carry anymore.
I'm as shocked as anyone else. Okay, so we're going to do what now? We're going to go to you.
Our axes are the best.
Oh, we have a unenchanted death mace. Interesting. Okay. This is a weaker item, right? Yeah. Hold on to you. I'll have to make the decision about which of those I want to use later. Pretty sure this is going to be weaker. Oh, it's actually a little stronger as a weapon. No. The actual DPS. I'm not going to be using two-handed swords, so I can just sell this immediately. I don't really need to worry about it too much. Even if that was a really big DPS increase, it wouldn't really matter. I need that character to be sword and board. They're maintaining preservation right now. They won't be maintaining preservation indefinitely. I will eventually be moving on to a different character. But does it make sense to just put vampirism on this? Not really. It's just too weak compared to this to justify. What is your 27, 17? So this is technically a stronger weapon baseline. So this just has the advantage of being heavily enchanted. I don't think it's worth just casting a vampiric for that character rather than having a full suite of enchantments. Let's see. Yeah, these stabs are so fucking good. The like in the early game, like the stabs you find are just so fucking crazy. Let's see. That's Grognar's Cutlass. We are going to hold on to this one. We don't need to hold on to this one. So if I could get to Expert Arms Master, which is in the cards, that is a thing that we've got coming as a component of our next boost. I don't think we can learn Toxic Cloud. Into personality. I do think it would be nice if spellcasters scaled a bit more with varying stats, particularly healing. Like, I think that it would be nice if whatchamacallit. If personality and intellect did different things. Given how many base enchants there are, like that just pre-exist within the game, that give you boosts to both of those stats at the same time, it feels very wasteful for them to functionally invalidate each other. There's a couple of classes that can get a very minor benefit out of having both. But there's really not very many classes who can get really pretty much any benefit out of having both at the same time. For the most part, having one invalidates the other's purpose because they both do the same exact thing, and it's whichever is highest that takes precedence. And personally, I would prefer if they did something a little bit different from each other. Like if they each contributed half of what they currently contribute to your actual spell power, but they just stacked together. And like one of them gave like crit damage percent, and the other gave like crit chance. I think that would make sense. And I can't really comment too much on the heal scaling. Healing has never seemed like a particularly competitive source of healing to me. So I'm not exactly... Do I want to sell these? It uses whichever one you have higher. Wait, what am I doing? I'm getting rid of all my rings. Oh, right, I do want to get all my rings out of that inventory, because I don't want to sell my rings, actually. It begins yet again. Yeah, the thing is that we have all these rings that do different things, and I want to hold on to them for now. Because rings are things that I can make a lot of use of, potentially, if we get the right ones. So, do I want... What are the stats that I need on a couple of rings? I'm trying to remember where it says it. So, in theory, if I drop my personality, this number shouldn't change. So do I have anything that just gives me personality? Yeah. You see, if I drop this, the 54 doesn't change. Doesn't change if I drop this either. It's because intellect is currently the higher of the two. So because of that, it fully overrides the personality stat. So the personality stat on this character is... I think the character still gets SP based off of class. So I get more max SP from personality and not from intellect. That effect, I think, still stacks. So like if you have like a druid who gets both, then those two will stack. So it's obviously preferable for a character like Sortira, who scales off of personality in terms of SP gain, to focus personality instead of intellect. There is a penalty to me dropping my personality, but if my personality was higher than my intellect, I could just ignore intellect completely. But like Ulrin can't. Ulrin needs both for SP, but that's not really the primary scalar, I don't think, for things. I could be wrong, though. It might depend on how aggressive the scaling needs to be to keep up with higher ascension levels. So, and how aggressive it is, like how aggressive that scalar is with the other ones. Like if they scale multiplicatively, then that bonus might actually be very important. If they just have like an additive scaling factor, then that's irrelevant.
Selection of heirloom artifacts. Come back soon. Our axes are the best.
Yeah, it's my understanding that, like, from a scaling perspective, like, casters are in a fine place right now. So I would the reason that I'm commenting on the int and personality, how I'd prefer them to both do something at the same time for them to both be valuable, is the fact that for a spellcaster, like if you're a melee, might increases your base damage, so you want might. But luck increases your crit chance. And crit chance is great because it gives you an increased damage on whatever percentage of your hits, and that's great. But then accuracy increases your damage bonus from those crits. So might gives you base damage, luck gives you a chance to multiply that base damage, and then accuracy increases the multiplier on the luck factor, right? So they have this like synchronicity. They all play together very well. And speed, of course, increases your haste, but it also increases spell haste. So we can ignore speed for this conversation because speed isn't part of the complexity of the base, like the actual damage per hit, right? Speed affects both spells and melee, so speed is in a good place. I think that works. Whereas with a spell cast, both int and personality contribute to the bonus damage. So it contributes to the base damage of the spell, basically, and to the crit strike damage. So this does the effect of both might and accuracy at the same time in one stat. But you have two stats that do it, and you just pick one of them. You just pick one to increase both of these stats. And again, like the problem is not a scaling problem. Apparently, I haven't played a high-level spellcaster, so I don't know if you can just stack intellect and it just does crazy shit because, like in the late game, because if you have 100% crit chance, you just blast everything out of existence because you have such a huge scaler. Like I saw Cattle's had like the One Punch Man set up with like 5,000 might. And like 1,000 in the other stats, and that's incoherent, right? That's not a max DPS setup, right? You get more damage out of increasing your accuracy because it will increase the damage of every hit because of the fact that it influences your crit strike damage bonus, and every hit should be a crit. So you want those to be a little bit more even than that, but if you have 1,400 luck and 6,000 intellect, you have no reason to pump any stat other than intellect. Right? Like, because intellect is the stat that's giving you both the effect of accuracy and the effect of Linger. So it doesn't have a multiplicative factor with something else. Arguably, with that one legendary, it has a multiplicative factor with luck, if you have the appropriate legendary for it. But that's a pretty niche case. This is immunity gear. That I'm going to stick in here for now. But that's something to bear in mind if I run into something. How funny would it be if I found a disease immunity item and just slapped that on Severia now? Could happen. All right, we need to sell some of this garbage. Specifically, we need to sell the leather. That's going to be over here.
We can outfit you.
Sorry, I need to do that. All right. And the rest of the stuff I'm not going to worry about at this particular second. So we will save it up. Did we spend... We didn't spend all of our points. So we're getting Expert Dagger very soon. Do I want to just keep pumping Dagger? Dodging Master we're not getting for a very long time. That's an extremely far way away. Merchant is at its endgame state. Meditation, Fire Magic, and all that stuff aren't useful until we get one of the dungeons in Tatalia done. So that's going to be a long ways away. Alchemy Expert we don't have access to right now, and we only need 2 levels for this. So I don't think that we need to worry about that yet. I don't remember where we get Alchemy Expert, but we get it somewhere. but it doesn't matter because we will have the skill points when we get access to alchemy to just pump that up. So, alchemy we don't need to worry about. We could do bodybuilding, but we don't need to put more points in bodybuilding on this character necessarily. It might be valuable to get it up to 10 eventually. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Disarm Trap, we will eventually get up to 10, but we don't need to get that up to 10 until we have GM access. We have Leather, which we can't get Mastery in yet, but we can soon. So it makes a degree of sense to pump Leather up to 7 because we have access to it as soon as we get Leather. Give me a sec. I'm going to check with my pathing. Leather Master is not even on the list. So Leather Mastery is not a thing that we're getting in the near future, so I'm not going to worry about Leather Mastery. I'm just going to pump Dagger. I'm going to just put all my points into Dagger for now. Just for the hell of it. We're getting Expert Dagger soon, and that's going to be a crazy DPS increase. Let's see here. What else do we need to do? Look at other skill points. You have quite a few skill points to spend. You're gonna creep up on GM way faster than I'd anticipate. Grandmaster Axe is fairly early in the chain, right? Is it Tatalia? I think it's when I get access to Tatalia, GM Axe becomes available. And Olrin is going to be surprisingly fast. What is the now? Like happen minutes earlier? Oh, is that the like leather? Yeah, it's not on my list, basically. It's like outside the scope of the next like 20 zones that I'm going into, so I don't need to worry about it. So I think I will, because of the fact that we are going to be quickly approaching this, I'm going to start pumping some of these to where they need to be. Do I want water up to 6? No. Do I want earth up to 6? I might want earth up to 6, actually. I'm going to get earth up to 6. And we'll get the others up to 5. So we're going to get everybody up... Or not everybody. We're going to get all these skills up to 7. And from there, we'll decide how we need to do the other bits. Anything else that I need to do before we jump in here? I don't think so. I could hypothetically equip this, but it's a pretty significant DPS drop. I don't have enough mana regen, really, to just be continuously doing that. We don't need to like wait to start this up, because it's not going to help us at all anyway. Because of the nature of the beast. I am actually just going to dive these, I think, for now. Okay, that's an unfortunate situation to be in. Okay. We're going to jump up here. Whoa! Wow. That was wild. And got a death. She went down for like a split second and then popped up from regen. So it allowed the death to go through. Did we have the wrong... No, we don't. We have shield active. Ooh, boy. This is going to be...
Ready to go.
This is going to be rough.
What lies ahead?
We had the one fairly good attempt, and
Let's go in.
I think we are going to struggle from here.
Got it.
No match for me. No match
I think the Magi are the most dangerous in here. Their attacks do not miss. And they don't rely on getting like a triple hit to be able to do anything to you. They have, I think, a more powerful spell than the top tier do. They're not the top tier enemy, they're the second tier, but I think the second tier is more dangerous. Okay. That's the boss. Hopefully it's not thorns. Let's see what it said. Adamantite. Alright, adamantite is fine. Alright. Okay, we're not going to loot this until we've healed up a bit. It's not a huge deal, though, for this one. So let's try this again. Yeah, I think this is like the easiest pack by far of the three. We've got Stone Skin active. And hopefully this time we'll have an easier time. Oh, I forgot. I think I can upgrade my thing now. I'm level 28. Yes, I can upgrade my my chain now, so I should do that if I fail this attempt, because I need the jump. This is a swapper. It was a swapper. We didn't use pretty much any mana, so let's see here. We need to set this as a ready spell. I'm going to jump down here. I'm going to walk up to here, rather than let them come to me, and then we will try to pull back. Okay. My hope is that I can burn through the fire rats fast enough to be okay, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think I'm in trouble. I don't know if I have enough DPS for this. We might be able to make it work, but... Oh, I should not have moved there. I had the right idea the first time. Whoop! Shit! I missed my jump. I missed my jump. Okay. We're going to upgrade the chain. That's not going to help a huge amount necessarily, but it'll help a bit. I just forgot to do it. This is level 16, so we don't have any ascension orbs or anything. So let's find out. We've got 728. This is now level 28 required. So that's a 14 increase, so it's not a 10% increase in durability, but it's something. It also increases my other stats, I believe. Though it might not. It might not have gone from 18 to 20. It might have been just... Or sorry, it might not have gone from 18 to 19. It might have already been 18. 19, right? What am I doing? Anything else? I think... I think I need some practice on this. And it's just going to be a matter of getting iterations in, right? It's just going to be repetition and trying to get things set up. I think that at the beginning it does make sense to dive and attack at least one of them there. And I think this corner might actually be better than I'm giving it credit for against enemies that are mostly melee. Because it allows me to set the enemies up on the other side there. That's not great. Fuck. God, no. Wait, what? Oh, you don't have jump set. Well, that explains a lot. difficult time, even with the wizards at the start here. Which I don't think are anywhere near as difficult as the rats are, honestly. Oh god. Okay, that was close. I could have easily just gotten a death there because Sortira went down. That's a Leecher? Okay. Luckily, Leecher shouldn't be as bad because these are low-level enemies. So we can swap to Stone Skin. I might need to actually just swap up my buff list completely to reorient things. My goal is to have as high of resources when I finish the that pack as possible, so I think I have enough to make it full resources when I finish these. But yeah, once I get up to Expert Dagger, that's going to help a lot. My DPS right now is atrocious on Severia. Like, she's critting for 111, which for like a pure DPS character with 11 points invested in their weapon skill, rough. So I could try playing around these more during the rat wave and see if that helps. I do have... It's a different setup than it is with the later game problems that I'm running into. In the late game, I'm running into problems where I don't have the damage. In this, the problem is more tied to not having enough durability. I actually do believe that that is a bigger concern for me right now than lack of damage, because the enemies do melt in like a few hits. So like, my lack of durability is actually contributing to lack of damage later on, because people start going down, I have to start like pulling out, things like that. I'm gonna try going around this one, maybe. This is not gonna work. Actually, you know what? Maybe I can get on top of this while it's going up and get some free hits in, and I kinda can. I need to get out of here and get to a place that's going up again, and that is too late. I am fucking dead. Yeah, I think that this just takes too long. I think you lose too much time on target while the enemies are still able to do something while you're trying to find a place to do it.
Ready to go.
Try this again. But yeah, I think if I fail more than like a couple more times, I might call it there for arena attempts. The goal is to make a good faith effort into progressing this each time. And I definitely feel like I am making a good faith effort here. The rats are just really strong. They're pretty similar to level to me. And that's actually very difficult when you're dealing with enemies that are, are spawning as quickly as they are. And you have like an incoherently set up gear set, right? None of my characters are like in good gear for my level. They're all in a hodgepodge of nonsense. So, what are you? Leecher, okay. This is probably fine. Yeah, it doesn't have enough HP to matter. And we are in good enough shape here that we can just do this. Technically speaking, I would have an easier time here if I was identifying these items that I'm picking up when I pick them up. Each of these has the potential to be a very powerful item that could make or break the attempt. The issue is that I don't want to add item RNG, like what I find as gear here, into the pool of like ways I can get lucky and sort of luck my way into a victory, right? Especially because that's going to have long-term effects, right? If I'm looting this loot and I get something crazy good, that's going to make me disproportionately likely to finish because I got something crazy good. And then it's going to make it so that I am more likely to have an above average setup moving forward, right? Whereas if I'm just looting things and then I don't look at them until I win, I'll have loot that's entirely based off of RNG. There's nothing tilting the deck toward a superior outcome for me. Similar to how I try to avoid stuff that would influence my behavioral stuff. This isn't a matter of like behavioral stuff. It's not like I'm going to deliberately fail attempts until I get something good, or I'm going to play particularly great on an attempt where I get a legendary or something. That's not likely. But because I'm not abandoning any of these attempts mid-go, right? Like, these are not attempts that I'm like, okay, they take too long to get to for me to waste any of my attempts on that kind of nonsense. Unfortunately, I just don't have the healing throughput to keep myself alive through this, I think. The problem right now that I have is I just do not have enough healing. So we need to have an improvement there. And I think I am going to call attempts there. We've made a good faith effort. We've tried our best to get that right now. If I was playing better, maybe I could figure something out. Try to do, but I also don't want to spend a huge amount of time on that kind of a task. Let me take a look here. Neither of these are ready to go. We're basically going back to there. Unlike normal playthroughs for us, we're kind of like required to kind of like take our time and go back to places and do all these things, just to turn in quests and stuff like that. So we're going to turn in this quest, and then we're going to level up. Are we going to level up here, or are we going to level up when we get to our destination? We're doing Goblinwatch, right? I guess it doesn't really matter. Either way, I'll do it when I get to... no, I'll probably do it in Ravenshore, just in case I can't do it yet. So GM, Expert, Leather, GM, Regen, Expert Earth, Expert Bodybuilding, we already have that. Oh, Master Arms Master is here? Oh shit, we're gonna have access to Master Arms Master very early then. Oh, I forgot that. Where was I going? Rice Passage. Interesting. I didn't check Daggerwood Island's trainers. And Daggerwood Island has... Okay, so yeah, I can't train here. Right. Oh, right. We're looking for a person, actually. What just hit me? Okay, so... I don't think this is the right person, right? Let's make sure that I actually have it in my inventory, though. I do. So, that's not the right person for it. That's our GM regen person. So is expert regen in See the snake. We can. I think we're going to. I probably should have now that I'm realizing that I'm going to have to turn in a quest here anyway. I should have actually done this place's thing. Oops. Before I did. I should have done the temple here before I did the smuggler's den, just to keep things a little bit cleaner, because of the fact that I am having to return here anyway to turn this quest in. So what I should have done was done this place first, and because it was the first in the order that I got to places. So I should have done the dungeon here first and then moved on. But because of the fact that we did the Ravenshore dungeon already, we're going to finish all of the Ravenshore dungeons before we move on. Where the hell? Where is Langwood? Is Langwood's got to be in one of these houses, right? It's got to be. Maybe? I'm gonna guess the Langwood's on one of the other islands. So this is the... Did we finish this? Yes, I used this. Okay, that's respawns. Don't need to worry about it. So this is body. This merchant we already have. Plate. So no, I guess they are on. Maybe I guess they could be over here. I feel like I checked most of the places. There's the guy who talks about the potion, but that's not the potion person I'm looking for, I don't think. Langwood's hut. There we go. Let's go introduce this to the water supply. And we are not quite there yet, but we did get an extra bolster level in 7, which is good. It would be nice. There's no other way I can get experience here, right? Return to Fellmoon and Ravenshore and report your success in blackmailing the were-rat smuggler area. So I do need to return to that guy. I didn't turn that in. Okay, so we'll turn that in as well. Hopefully that'll give me experience that I need to... Funnily enough, it's Sunday, so we very likely won't be able to do a ton here. Yeah, it's so funny to think that I'm never going to be able to cure this disease. Everybody's just going to be diseased the whole game. I'll need to figure out when I want to approach Dragon Sand. It's tempting to do the Dragon Sand areas last. Right, like Land of the Giants, all that kind of stuff. It's tempting to just do them last. What was that? I thought there was something about one of these buoys. I have no idea what that buoy just did, but it did something. Didn't give me a bunch of experience, did it? No. No, it did not. We can go ahead and just jump up here. E is not set to... It does nothing but make you glow for a second. Is there one in? Oh, there's one in Ravenshire that does something. All right, let's tag one of the buoys here. Save it up. Oh, well, that'd be nice. That'd be certainly convenient. Does it give them to everybody? Yeah, I don't know very much about the secrets in 8. Okay, I have 5 skill points. I don't know how many I had before. Did I have 5 before? I'm gonna actually save this under danger. I'm gonna reload the autosave, and we'll see. Yeah, gave 5 skill points. That's a pretty significant boost, actually. We might be able to get 1 extra level here to contribute, like 1 extra bolster level to contribute to Might and Magic 6. Which would be nice. We need to go to the merchant caravan or merchant place. We also might not get shit, so. Fail the game. What is this a game of? Endurance. We could try. Yeah, we're not that high, you know. God, especially with the. You have 131. You might be able to get there. I'm not going to do it though. I'm not going to worry about it for right now. I could probably do it by just swapping my buffs around a bit. I might not even need to swap gear. But I'm not going to worry about it. Five skill points is also a pretty big deal at this point in the game. Okay. Go to the guild house, find Vastrand. Eligible for 31, so we get an extra level out of that. Bolster level in Might and Magic 6 is 18 now. So in addition to getting the ability to level up higher than before, we also have increased the bolster, so we're going to have enemies that are 1 level higher when we get to Might and Magic 6's Goblinwatch. So Goblinwatch is going to have level, what, like 21 to 28 enemies, which is lower than us, unfortunately, but it's, you know, better than nothing. Where is it? It's at the end of this one, right? Yeah.
Practice session will start. Excellent. Excellent. Excellent.
Nice. Nice. Nice, nice. Okay. So regen at this point gives us 0.8. How much do we regen right now? 3.3. Oh, we don't have regen cast. We're going to disable Water Walk and re-enable regen. And then what do we have? We now have 6 HP regen per second. Pretty decent. So Armsmaster makes sense to just get it up to 7 right now, because we're going to be able to take that soon. Unarmed, we can ignore for right now. We have a long time before we're going to be needing to do that. Bodybuilding we'll need fairly soon. I'm going to take bodybuilding up to 7 as well. So that just is a useful thing to have right now. We get that done. We didn't need to, because that's the thing that we're doing in the immediate future. So your promotion quest is going to happen when we get to, not when we get to, but it's probably going to be, I don't know, like the 2nd or 3rd part of Tatalia that we did. Do we want to do the Thief or the Paladin? I think we want to do the Paladin promotion first. I think Paladin promotion is going to give us access to Mastery, but it might not. We might only get Mastery when we get to the final promotion. We'll see. Either way, it's valuable to get them that. They actually don't have very much shield skill right now. They can get up to Master, and we should invest into shield, because it's a very powerful skill in general. And do we want to invest this all the way to the point they could get Mastery? Do we have a Master Sword available? I don't think we have Master Sword available right now. So it's a good idea to get this up to 7 as well, though. Shield, I think we get relatively quickly as well. Do we want to... I'm going to pump shield first, and then we'll pump sword. Okay. Get shield all the way up to 7. This gives us a pretty sizable boost, I think, even right now. How much of a... Yeah, our shield is now going to contribute a lot. And in addition, these shields that have higher values on them are going to be a lot stronger as a result relative to this thing. Because this thing just has lower armor as a baseline. I think I'm going to equip this. This thing has plus $17 stats, so our DPS is going to drop even lower, but that's fine for right now. So you are done. As for you, I don't know when I get access to... Oh, I get access to Expert immediately. So the second that I promote into Talia, I have access to Expertise in these. So... Excuse me. Actually, no. As soon as we get access to Expert Arms Master, we also get access to Mastery. We're going to take Arms Master up to 7. That's going to be a priority for us. So, you have... You can't get Arms Master. I'm going to get Bodybuilding up to 7. I'm going to get... I think I'm going to try to get Regen up to 10 eventually, but I don't think it's actually that important on a Death Knight. I don't think it's actually that important. They have too much lifesteal for me to care about Regen. I'm actually going to leave the Regen at Expert for you. I don't care. The next thing I should do... It makes sense to invest in my spell skills first, I think. Just because they're pretty efficient, because I can put a point into each of them rather than with like, pretty cheaply. You are in good shape to... And then once everything's at 7, I'm not going to invest a ton until I figure out what I need to do next. I will get my Arms Master up because we can get that to Expert. So that's a thing we can do with you, and so we're now set. We're a little bit more powerful than we were before. I guess I could try the thing again now that I have leveled up. Now that I've leveled up, do we think that it makes sense to make that attempt? Light, repair, Master Axe. Master Dagger is here. As soon as we finish the exterior, I knew that I had access to Master Dagger somewhere. As soon as I get access to the exterior of either Iron Fist or Erathia, which I think both have Expert Dagger available. Unless it's here. Unless it's this one. I don't know which one it is. Okay, do we try to do this? Do we spend a few more attempts? We've gotten a few more levels. We're a little bit more powerful. We've got a little bit more damage. We've got a sizable amount more durability on you. Not necessarily more healing throughput. We're going to try it. We're going to try it one more time. I think it's fine. We're going to save this under test. We are going to... It's Wednesday. It's Thursday. It's Friday. Saturday. We're checking to make sure. Back Saturday. One time it did something wonky when I... Actually, 2 times it's done something wonky. I don't expect it to happen, but it could. I guess it makes more sense to just not worry about it, and then if it happens, reload. Actually, that's faster than checking it every time. I'll waste less time that way. Alright, we can go ahead and tag this. We can start healing. We got weak. Never mind. We're reloading danger. We need to get food. I'm not going to try to do this with weakness off the bat. Those enemies were enough of a pain in the ass. This isn't an actual house, is it? Oh, it's locked. We just need a key. Let's see. Oh, I can fill facts to 10 here? Ooh. That's nice. Okay. Well. Excellent.
Need a coat? Ready to go.
Ready to go.
Looks like this one.
Alright. So, we're healing up.
Seems all right.
Hooah, hooah. This is all the weakest tier.
Yes.
Okay, here we have a higher tier. Also, I need to be doing a better job of keeping my mana not maxed. That one's toast. But yeah, I do think there's also a really large amount of RNG in this, because these don't consistently attack on cooldown. So sometimes they'll attack me fairly close to being on cooldown, and sometimes they'll attack me, you know, very rarely. And the difference between those states is a huge amount of damage.
Yes.
It's a summoner, it's dead. We can immediately just trigger the next phase. And I do think that for the rats, we're going to want to...
Oh, yes.
pull them as quickly as we can toward that thing. I've made a couple of attempts with using these platforms, and unless I were to memorize their pattern a lot better, assuming it's a predictable pattern, I think that I'm probably not going to be able to use them to nearly as good effect as just a simple jump spell on the thing. We also do need to turn this off and turn this on. We need to be able... I actually don't want you here, I think. I think I want you right here. But basically... Oh, that is thorns. Well, luckily I have time. So we're going to heal ourselves back up to full. Do I have a better heal to use? I don't think so. Okay, I'm going to loot this now. I should have waited a little bit, because I'll have less mana now. I'm at full HP, pretty much, but not full mana. Okay, we have way too many over here. I'm going to jump up here. Okay, we got one lightning rat down. The goal is to burn down this fire rat. We got the fire rat down. We only have giant rats on us, so I'm going to try to just keep ourselves alive. Okay, we have a lightning rat here. We burned it down quick. That's unfortunate. We need to jump. That's the boss. This is very bad that we have the boss on us right at this moment. This is not what I want. Because this boss is going to be strong, and we're not going to be able to kill him. Okay, we can't heal anymore, because the person who's lowest is poisoned. So we basically... That's feasible. I think that's possible. So we managed to jump down. If the boss was upstairs instead of downstairs when that happened, that would have actually worked.
What lies ahead.
we had them locked in a position that we wanted them in. So I feel like we have an opening for success here that is tied in part to the fairly marginal power boost that we've gotten, and is tied in part to probably having gotten reasonably good luck there. The Swift Rat is a good pull for us. That was like the best case scenario for what type of boss we could have had. But unfortunately, we didn't get so lucky with where the boss was when we needed to jump down. But we did get very good luck, and I will say it's luck, with the positioning on all of the other rats. I haven't figured out how to lock them in up there yet. I don't have a way of consistently doing that yet, and I might eventually figure it out. If I do eventually figure it out, it'll probably get patched out. But it's kind of fun to experiment with for now, and it'll eventually probably get removed. Let's see here.
No match for me.
Okay, we've got a cleansing pearl there, which would be very useful to have at our disposal for future legendaries. We have 2 of them. Okay, this is the blessed run. This is gonna be the run. We've got this. We've got this. We've got 2 pearls. This is a sign. The heavens have spoken. I should probably be... Okay, we're fine. Oh, Jesus, that hit pretty hard. Alright, we're going to heal up a little bit. And I don't think it even would have mattered if I had a little bit more mana before I did the thing there, but... Alright, it's not going up anymore. Yeah, we don't actually have that much mana. It's almost exclusively our mana regen. So we have basically like burst healing, where we can heal a few times, and then we have to stop for a while it regens. Okay. Okay. We're gonna have enemies attacking us from the other side eventually. Unfortunately, this thing walked out of range in a way that I do not like. But we also we regen back up to max SP very quickly. So... Okay. We're actually going to jump down immediately. Shit, I jumped. I should have healed and I jumped. Okay. This is good. We have, at the very least, an opportunity to heal up a bit here while we kill some of these. Unfortunately, we have 3 rats, one of which is a boss on us. Oh god. Please. There we go. We got our mana back. We need to jump down. Oh god! We need to get down! The ones on the other side I don't think are going to get stuck there. But maybe they will. Okay, they're not stuck. But there's only one so far. If they leak this slowly, we might be okay here. That is a boss, and I am not ready for a boss. It's also exploding, which means it's a DPS boss. We need to get out. Can we get over? We got over. They haven't leaked yet. And the more of them that we kill up here in the intervening periods, the fewer we have to deal with later. And that is all of them. All of the ones that were upstairs are dead. So we're going to get ourselves back up to full HP. And once we're at full HP, we're going to just jump up. And actually, we're going to wait until we have some mana back as well. Okay, I think we're going to jump up here now. Unfortunately, I can't see them from here. They're too short. Oh, the rat. The exploding rat. I can hit it from here. Okay, we got it. We got it. We got it, y'all. We got it. We got this first thing done. I say, we might not, but I think we do. We got another fire rat down. Oh, they're moving now, but we have 3 of them down, one of which was the boss. Is that poison or disease? That's disease. Let's go. Whole party's diseased now. You will not be spared. Let's fucking go. Level 1 complete. We gained 20 grand. And we done. That's exciting. And I will say that there's the run where we got the 2 scouring pearls. I fucking called it. I fucking called it. Let's go. Oh, is that someone knocking on my door? Give me 1 second to check who's knocking on my door. I think it was probably just the neighbor. The neighbor opening their door or doing something over there with creaking wood sounds distinctly like my door being knocked on. No, door was not being knocked on. I think I have a delivery coming today, so I have to actually keep an eye on the door. I don't know when it's coming. So, we cleared through that first one. We got some ancient steel boots of the sun. These are pretty solid. These give a bunch of might and accuracy. Now, it looks like this is very, very weak for us because it doesn't show the difference in physical damage, but I'm going to hold on to those for now. And this is 2d15, so this is definitely, this is a non-starter. It doesn't have enough base damage to be worth contemplating. And this is some decent gauntlets. They have speed and accuracy. They also have some boosted AC. So this is looking just as the air resistance, but the air resistance is the same as the mind resistance. Oh, I can't use mind resistance. Okay. You also can't use mind resistance. I'll equip this for now. I don't need to worry about the resistance. It's got about the same AC, and by about I mean exactly the same AC. It might actually be different if they're calculated differently. They're calculated a little differently. But that there is done. We managed to... I can't believe we did it. I mean, I can. It is also very funny that we got diseased on that attempt. So the entire party is now diseased. That was the first attempt that we got diseased on her, I think. So, pretty funny. And hopefully we don't run into a problem of dying of exhaustion when we are in New Sorpigal now. I don't think we will. So, bolster level in Might and Magic 6 is level 18. So we're heading over to there. And life is good. This is Tagaric. This is Enric. And we might have an okay time on the next one, or we might have a very difficult time. I don't really know how hard it's going to be. We need to get the Mind Magic expertise before I forget about it here. So let's pop that. I think they're in the middle, right? There we go. So, we have my magic expertise. I haven't forgotten to pick that up. So, I did the arena, which is the thing I was worried I was going to forget to do. And I turned in the quests, which I was worried I was going to forget to do. And so I think I remembered to do all the things that I was supposed to remember to do. Wait, did I? I must have closed that. Give me 1 second. Don't mind me. I don't know why I closed this, but I did not need to close this. Okay. So, gonna keep that open. We are all set. We've got Goblinwatch here.
Come on, let's go in.
We're going to say, hey, it's more rats. What level are you, friend? You're a level 20 rat. So, fairly high level, but not as high level as us. We are definitely outscaling the enemies at the moment. These are moving very quickly. So how chill is this? This is actually reasonably chill. I can probably just fight these. I don't think I need to do anything crazy here. We all set? So we aggroed a huge amount and we were able to fight them pretty comfortably. Ooh, that's a boss. It's an adamantite boss. Oh right, this is adamantite, no wonder I'm hitting for no damage. I'm like, why am I doing no damage? It's like, oh right, yeah, adamantite, that's kind of what it does. We can also check what level the boss is. I'm very curious about one thing in particular. I'm a little bit concerned that we're going to actually start outscaling the enemies faster than I expected. And we're going to end up with a much easier run starting fairly early. The biggest difficulty right now is lack of access to the skills that make me able to meaningfully utilize the stuff that I have, right? Oh, I can hit it from here? Oh, that's funny. I'm just gonna hit this from here for now. Once I stop hitting it at all. Move. But the issue with this kind of a run is that it smooths out quite a lot of stuff, and it smooths out like the power difference in a way where basically like if you're not doing a bolster maxing run, the enemies will, generally speaking, be 100 levels higher, and so like the lowest level, there's going to be a 100 level deficit between you and the highest level enemies in a given section, for the most part, right? Something along those lines. In a normal, so that's what happens if you stay in one place. I don't want to call it a normal run, but let's say a bolster minimum run has that kind of an impact, right? And the I don't want to call it a normal run because I think it's normal to switch continents at least somewhat and not just play them linearly one after another. I think that's kind of a weird way to play it.
We don't need this.
But so the with the bolster maxing run, because you're swapping between continents constantly, you are always increasing the level of the enemies, and as a result of that, the like high level enemies in every zone are leveling up, but you're leveling up faster than the enemies are. You have the levels you're gaining from 3 continents, and the enemies only have the levels that you're gaining from 2 continents, right? So at any given time, the difference between the highest level enemy in a continent and you is basically shrinking every time you get levels in a continent. So what I'm thinking might happen with this run And there's one other component that is actually important there. The difference between your power level and the enemies is a proportion of your level, right? Because let's just take the presumption that 2/3 of your levels are going to the enemies, right? Overall, if 2/3 of the levels that you have are going to your enemies overall, then that has the side effect that the higher level you are, the smaller the gap between you and the highest level enemies. So if you end the game at a higher level, you'll be higher level at the end of the game relative to the enemies by the end. Sort of like in theory. So a bolster minimum run is, at certain points in the run, going to give you really massive differences between your level and the enemy level. And for other portions, it's going to make it very small. So what I'm curious about is, if I get to the end game zones already at, level 200, I'm actually not sure how difficult those endgame zones are going to be, because they're only getting 2/3 of the bolster. So those endgame zones might actually end up being really easy if you do it this way. So it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening here, I think. On the plus side, I don't have to worry about the disease procs anymore. Like, I fully just don't need to care anymore.
Let's leave it.
I mean, I kind of do, because
We don't need this.
there's the potential of getting an extra stack of disease. Like, I can get more than one type of disease, and so get stack penalties. But it doesn't change the portrait, and that's what I really care about more than anything, honestly. I prefer my characters to look healthy and not look like they have growths on them. That's just my, little preference there. Actually, let's just stay here. We'll take a little bit of damage here while we're getting hit by, one or two of them. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if this party ever runs into the one-shotting crisis that we ran into in the other playthrough, where like certain enemies just were obliterating my party. I don't know if that's ever going to happen to this party or not. Okay, we have a shit ton of enemies aggroed over there. I'm gonna pull them to a corner. Are they aggroed? Oh, they're not aggroed. Oh, that's concerning. Okay. Yeah, these enemies should be about on par with the enemies we were fighting in the arena at the end there. So these are probably going to be fine to deal with. But the other thing that I'm curious about is I'm curious to see how the arena handles my party that might be substantially higher level. But the other thing to bear in mind is that because of the fact that the bolster is only going to give them 2/3 of my level, I am going to be fighting enemies that are lower level than me for pretty much the entire run once I get a certain level. Whereas the enemies in more of like a just a single thinger are going to be
No match for me.
higher level than you for decent portions. So the new EXP formula might have interesting consequences for how much of a difference there really is between a bolster maxing and a non-bolster maxing run. Because there's a built-in catch-up mechanic that comes into play. But we'll just have to see. I do think that it's going to make a pretty sizable difference. Based off of what I'm seeing so far in this run, I think it's going to be a pretty big difference between between this run and the previous run. The previous run, I was not level 30 for a very long time. If I'm getting 3 levels every time I enter a map, there's a lot of maps in this game, y'all. Like, there are a lot of maps. We have not finished the starting areas, and we're level 30. And that is, you know, about 1/15 of the world maps, and it's like the weakest enemies in the world, right? Like they're the enemies that are the lowest levels, they're worth the least amount of experience. So we're going to end up seeing if if there's something that I haven't factored in that's going to make us struggle later on. But for now, I actually feel like this is going to make a huge boost to our overall level. And it hasn't been as hard as I expected. This is, in theory, kind of like the hardest part of the run. Like, the next couple of dungeons are the hardest dungeons in terms of the difference between where I should be and where I am. In terms of my overall level. That's a swapper. Luckily, it swapped one of the goblins, not me, so... Okay, we got Brain Sucker here. Bring this goblin down. Because right now we don't even have, like, Expert Dagger. But as soon as we get to Iron Fist... or barring that when we get to, I think, but anyway, we'll pretty close soon. Within, oh god, I forgot about the. Wait, there's a leecher and a swapper. Oh shit, that's an issue. Actually, the swapper might not be here anymore. Now that I think about it, I might actually just die to the leech. This leech is gonna fucking kill me. The leech effect on its own is gonna kill me because I came in with such a low resource amount. That's funny. I just didn't have the throughput because I can't out-heal it. So, GG. But yeah, but we're gonna have Expert Dagger very soon. We will have Master Dagger the second that we finish the overworld of whatever area gives us Expert, because the Master Dagger is sitting in Ravenshore. So that was a bad idea. I can't do both of these at the same time. Wow. It's fate. Unfortunately, with the layout of this place, it takes quite a while before you can save. We were pretty close to the ability to save, too. Okay, I got the Godwood thing. I don't think I need to dive the corner anymore. I think I'm fine here. Is that everybody? That's everybody. Right. Pop you open. I think it's this one. Are there only the two?
Leave it
I
behind.
think there's only the two.
Let's leave it behind.
Okay. I don't know why I feel the need to do this every time. Just 3 chests though? Are there 3 chests though? 1? Oh yeah. I did. I opened this and didn't even notice it.
Behind.
Okay, we got another staff. Probably not an upgrade.
Let's leave it behind.
And onward we go. Let's see. So I should be able to say, yeah, I think that once I've cleared the that particular room, I should be pretty much golden. At that point, we are able to access all this stuff again, and things get very smooth from there, I think. There's a lot of enemies that are like right here in these rooms. And I'm fairly sure that I have to deal with those before I'll be able to save. Let's see. Oh, also, hello, Rotosette. I didn't actually say hello. I just responded to the chest thing.
We don't need this.
Okay.
Let's leave it behind.
Probably. Okay.
Let's leave it behind.
Okay, we have an adamantite giant rat here, which is good. That's one less big critter I need to deal with. Sounds spooky. Sounds very spooky. Well, hopefully I don't get obliterated. Oh my god.
No match for me.
Hopefully I don't get obliterated by a leecher or something in the next setup. There's quite a lot of things that could just kill me. One of them's a swapper, another's a leecher. Venomous might be really bad. That's not a it's not a place that's super easy to get a good setup with. So it's possible that I'll get a bad setup, and by extension... That's pretty good. Ooh, cover heals. Let's go. And on chain, which is all of the best possible things you could have for a solo druid. Wow, this is such a weaker pack. Okay, that's embarrassing. Hopefully this room is a little bit more crazy. Yeah, this room's a little bit more crazy. pressure it up a little bit. Oh, we need to get out of here. We need to pull to a different location. We'll go to this corner. See, sometimes in life, you get cocky and or impatient, and then bad things start happening to you because you pull every enemy in existence instead of making any attempt to pull them sensibly. And maybe that happens because everybody's diseased, so life doesn't matter anyway. Sometimes maybe maybe nothing matters because everybody's fucking diseased, and it doesn't matter if anybody gets procced on, and, you know, what is life? Nihilism is when everybody is diseased. Well, okay, we did not in fact pull that entire pack, but we probably have now. That's probably a delivery right there. That definitely sounded like somebody rolling a thing up to my house. Ooh, that's a leecher. Where is it? I don't see it. Where's the leecher? I saw a leecher. Did it warp through the wall? It might have warped through the wall. Or it might be behind me? Where the hell is it? I just hit a leecher. I think it is over there, actually. Alright. So is there an indication that if I cleared this room, I should be able to save in the back of this room? Is that what was being said? One of the issues is that I only look at chat periodically, so I never know. When someone says this room, I actually don't know which room they were. Oh shit, we can save. Holy shit. Alright, also I'm gonna go check and see if that was a delivery. One moment. Shockingly, it was not. Let's see. Yeah, the first two sound pretty good. And then you get the chain, which has both an effect that doesn't work for solo, and I don't think that druids can wear chain. But it's like you don't even want to steal the effect with like the Oracle Orb later. Okay, so we are set. We did not need to redo everything there, because we could have saved our progress. So let's try this again. I thought that these were definitely going to be too close for that corner to work. I'm going to pull a bit more slowly than I did last time because I pulled way too many.
No match for me.
Oh, both of the items are the same. So you have 3 chest slot items as your first legendaries? That is so funny. Oh shit, I need to cast Cure Poison. Ooh, that's a lot of deficit. Interesting. These are very confused right now. We probably can just deal with you, right? I don't know what's going wrong with you, but you're being much kinder to me this time. Just getting kind of confused. I think we're going to be fine here. Obviously, if a boss shows up,
No match for me.
it could be very bad, especially if it's like thorns or something.
No match for me.
see.
Yes.
No match for me.
I would never toss a legendary personally, because because of the fact that Oracle Orbs exist and legendaries have 20% higher stats on them, if you have all the legendary affixes that you need, and either because you have, like, I think you can buy Oracle Orbs maybe, but either because you have access to them through stuff like that, or you just get a lot of them randomly, you can always just, we just got a fucking legendary! Interesting. This is going to be a very dangerous legendary for anybody to use. Interesting. This is a lot of vitality. We want to put this on someone who doesn't have
Let's leave it behind.
a thinger for right now, that doesn't have access to spells, because we don't want this effect, but well, it's just a matter of, there's the possibility, if you have all of your actually important stuff covered, that you basically just rip that off with an Oracle Orb and you put it onto a two-handed weapon just to give it the 20% bonus stats, or something along those lines, right? Eventually, you might find utility there. The issue is that you're more likely, you're going to find more stuff that you don't need eventually, but the pack rat in me is like, well, I could yoink this theoretically. Yeah, the maximum stats for an item are 20% higher if they're legendary. So I believe that applies for both, like, the armor values and it definitely applies for the stats that you can put on with the other things. So it's like a pretty big deal.
We don't need this. Let's leave it behind.
Let's see.
I can't carry anymore.
I'm gonna pick this. I haven't been picking up pretty much any reagents, and I really should be. Did I pick up the armor here? I did not. Let's go and check it. That is actually pretty good. This weirdly has higher durability than the plate that I'm wearing, even though I have master plate. So this is probably going to be a really big upgrade for you. That sure is a big upgrade for you. Holy shit. So let's do this. That gives us 1283. And interestingly enough, our monk already has higher durability with this legendary helm in play. And the legendary helm that we got has a boost to all stats. Very nice. That's going to be a very useful helmet for anyone that isn't casting a lot of healing spells. It's going to be less useful for people who are trying to actually cast magic, because I'm never going to have a very significant mana pool to play with, but I'm going to try to run through the ones that are already aggroed, since they're probably going to wander after me if I try to leave. Okay, we're going to go save. We're 36% of the way through Goblinwatch. Let's see. Alright, so save this. We can now go down to here. Pop you down. Okay. Alright, all set. I'm very happy with the amount of loot that we found. I can't believe we found another legendary. It has a really terrible legendary effect for us. Like like the legendary effect is kind of less than useless. It's slightly worse than a useless legendary effect because it slightly inconveniences our spellcasters. Like our spellcasters can't really use it. I'll probably have to default to putting it onto Severia eventually. Like that's, I think, the only character who can make use of it safely. Because Severia is never going to be casting any sort of healing, but Komoniton will, and nobody else can use a helm. So, let's see. Them hits. Okay. Oh, Ulrun was poisoned? Whoops. Yeah, the other issue is that because poison and disease both look the same, it is problematic for my ability to identify when someone's poisoned without like just staring at their HP bar moving. Got a longbow. A legendary longbow? We'll find out. So we cleared these. Okay. Yeah, once we finish this place up, we're done with Might and Magic 6's new Sorpigal area completely, and we can move on. We'll have the first area ready for us to actually, like, go to the next place and start picking up skills. And we're going to get a lot of skills there. We get Expert Shield there, we get Expert Dagger, and by extension, we get Master Dagger. We might even get Master Shield. I don't remember where the Master Shield is. It's on my list somewhere. Oh boy. That's a swapper, so I'm going to go ahead and get to the other side of this table. And it's going to slow down how quickly it attacks us. It'll get to us eventually, or it won't because it'll die first. Our party has pretty good DPS. Like, we have damage solid. Like, that's not an issue with our party, really. That's good. I think I might have already cleared all these. Yeah. I was like, there's like a lot of fucking bloodsuckers that we dealt with just now. It's probably all of them, right? Should I go save? I think yes. I think this is a very solid position to save in. We've just killed 2 more bosses. And we can take a look at this.
How lucky.
That is not terrible. We have a huge amount of HP on this. We lose some mana regen. I think I'm going to put this on you, maybe? Yeah, let's just go ahead and swap this onto you for now. And that was one of our better cloaks, I think. I could put this on you if I wanted. It gives int and luck, which isn't like a great combination for you. Where'd it go? There it is. So that's 10% vitality. This is 7% vitality. This is just an armor class cloak. We're just going to slap this on you. So this character is that would get crazy. Oh, shit. Really? So it's going back to vanilla then. Right? Because in vanilla, the Arms Master formula for staff, the damage formula with the staff ignored Arms Master. So like you would get Arms Master, and then you would eventually replace it with Unarmed, basically. There's a Leecher in this pack, and there's actually so many enemies in this pack that I don't know what I'm going to do about it, honestly. I think what I'm going to do about it is I'm going to try to just run like hell and see if I can get them to basically split up enough that I can get some damage out onto them, and then repeat that over and over again. So, like, you can see that we've now split this pack into a bunch of sub-packs. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that they did that. It was always a weird thing for them to get... Like, they should probably just take Arms Master away from monks. If they aren't going to fix the glaring issue with their initial design, which is that they have Master Arms Master, but it doesn't do anything for them. It's a trap. That's an unusual decision in my mind. Because, like, if monk damage is too high, I mean, stabs have seemingly the highest damage as a weapon type in the game. That seems like an obvious place to that's the part of the formula that I would look at. I wouldn't remove the thinger if you'd already fixed it. That's just my personal take on the matter. So that means that Arms Master is completely useless for my monk. I've wasted those points, and life is sad. Okay, so life emulates vanilla, as they say. Famous saying, life emulates vanilla. Everybody's heard it before. Let's see. We're going to clear out the rest of this pack. And do we actually want to just immediately save here? Now, let's finish up the rest of these. We've got the Leecher down. Did I see a Swapper here earlier? No, I think I saw a Swapper in a previous pack and I killed it already. So it looks like we don't have anything super special here. It's really wild how, like, comfortable we can just be just chilling here stabbing these. Now that they can't disease us, or rather, now that I don't care if they disease us. That is a reflecting Goblin King. Yeah, I haven't spent enough skill points on it that I care that much, honestly. It's not a big deal. Thus far, I haven't allowed myself to use that, and like I wasted more points on sword on my Death Knight and the other one, but like if you're below 10 in a skill, by the time you're level 300, it's like completely irrelevant to the board, right? Like you just have you don't even have like one less point at that point in anything that you would be investing in. So, because it's just so cheap to get the early levels. Let's see. When was that change implemented? Was that a recent change, or is that a change they did a while back? Let's see. If I had to guess, August 9th? Yeah, if I had to guess, I would say that they are probably in the process right now of doing some monk reworks. Based off of the vibe that I've gotten out of the Discord, I feel like there's a very decent chance, I'd give it at least 30% odds, that they're currently looking at monks and what they do and how they can tinker with their kit. So, my guess would be that removing Arms Master from unarmed and staff, but keeping the skill on monks, is not a permanent change. I don't think that's actually a permanent change. I would be very surprised if that was the thing they settled on in the end. It very closely emulates vanilla, and vanilla had a trap with monks where they give them access to a really high tier of Arms Master that they can't use. They don't get any value out of it once they actually get to GM staff. And so I would think that that's not a thing that they're going to want to emulate in the late game. So it's possible that they'll remove Arms Master from monks entirely, which there's precedent with the Death Knights. The Death Knights are a melee class with no Arms Master. I feel like part of the reason that the monks had Arms Master is just because of the fact that they are fundamentally a melee. And it's just sort of like, okay, well, generically the melees are good with Arms Master. We give them Arms Master in vanilla. But they didn't make it work with the damage formula, which I think was an oversight. I don't think that was intentional. I think it was actually an oversight because the staff thing just uses a fully different formula. I think it was just an oversight and they forgot to put Arms Master into it. I don't think that was intentional. I think that was an oversight of, the thing. They also removed Unarmed completely from the next game. So we don't have the ability to just reference the next game and go, oh, okay, well, what seems more in line with their initial intention here, right? We don't have the ability to do that with Unarmed, but it would be my guess that it was initially intended that Arms Master would work, and it just didn't. And would that be a problem? It might be. If Arms Master worked with monk staff, they might be kind of miles ahead of the knight. They're, I think, similar-ish to a knight at the moment in vanilla. With the current setup, I think that they're fairly similar, but the monk is always kind of at least a little bit behind. I don't think the monk ever catches up, because the base damage of the weapons that the knight is using is just so much higher, because stabs are terrible weapons in vanilla. They contribute nothing, and the knight has two of them. But the... whatchamacallit? So it might be a little bit of a problem because knights are very much a one-trick pony. They can't do anything other than hit things with a stick. And Master's got access to Master-level self-magic, which is really quite solid. That's a really useful thing to have access to on a predominant melee DPS. Armor class didn't really matter, so access to plate armor was irrelevant. I think leather might have actually just kind of been better overall compared to plate in vanilla, if we're being honest, because there's a lot more enemies in... There's not a lot of energy damage in Might and Magic 7. There's no gold dragons. So, all of the dragons are dealing elemental damage exclusively. Titans are dealing exclusively elemental damage, I think. I don't think they have any physical attacks. I think they have... they have a normal attack projectile that does air damage, they have mind damage, and they have air damage in their spells. So, leather is pretty much just better in vanilla, I think, than plate. So, And Knights, I think Knights only got Master, not Grandmaster, for bodybuilding. So while Knights had higher HP pools by default, they didn't get as much benefit out of the bodybuilding skill as a monk would. So I don't know who had more HP with, like, if you assume that one of them has 7 Master and one of them has 10. Let's see, did they in 7? I don't think that's true. I thought it was. I'm pretty sure it was only monk in vanilla. I thought it was a weird dynamic where Knights only got Master and it was only the monks. But I could be wrong. I could be just misremembering. It's been many years. It hasn't been many years since I played vanilla, but it's been many years since it came out. A lot of this stuff in my head is like vague associations from, 15 years ago that are difficult to purge away with my more recent runs, you know what I mean? Let's go. Gotcha, okay. Gotcha. So both monks and knights had access to it in 7.
Let's leave it behind. We don't need this. Let's leave it. My pack's full.
Alright. Nailed it. We're done there. We've almost finished Goblinwatch. And we're going to rotate back to the middle. We aren't even going to have to leave to save. We've got 2 more saves in us. So after this, we can head to Might and Magic 7. In Might and Magic 7, we will finish Harmondale Castle. And then we'll have killed all the goblins in all the games, practically. How many more goblins do we have to deal with? Does 6 have goblins elsewhere? Yes, it does. 6 has some goblins in Bootleg Bay. We have... I should save. We have some goblins in 7 somewhere, probably. Where else do we have goblins? We have we probably have goblins in Deja somewhere. We have the goblin guards. Are there other goblins that I have to deal with in Deja, actually? There might not actually be more goblins in Deja. Because they're very low-level enemies, and I'm trying to think... I think the entrance to the pit is all undead and gargoyles. I don't know that there's any goblins there. There's goblin peasants in the pit itself, but those are peasants. Those aren't goblins. I mean, they're goblins, but they're not like goblin enemies. They're not enemies. I think Plate's damage reduction bonus only affected physical attacks, which is inferior to the just ability to dodge the attack completely. But I could be wrong. Oh, actually, no, it was like 50%, right? So never mind. Plate did have an advantage against physical attacks. But unfortunately, there just weren't very many physical attacks, right? Yeah, I don't attack the guards even if the guards are hostile to me. So... let's see here. I'm trying to think of any big physical damage dealers. I guess the Minotaurs? Though Minotaurs are mostly dangerous in Might and Magic 7 because of their eradication. Right? The eradication effect is the thing that really makes Minotaurs dangerous, more so than their actual damage output. Oh yeah, there are behemoths. So, like, a knight has an advantage in the 2 zones, in like the breeding pit and the thinger, in terms of durability. But again, like, the leather user is going to have the advantage literally everywhere else. Like, that's the thing, is it's not like it's a neutral situation with everything else. You have the Tunnels of Viafall and the breeding pits. Are there any other behemoths? Let's see. There aren't any in the valley itself. Why am I thinking it's the Valley of the Giants? Because it's the Land of the Lost. I think it's just those two zones, right? Yeah, behemoths. It is advantageous to have half damage against those behemoths and the thingers. Behemoths hit really hard, so I think that's a meaningful advantage. But again, you do have the dodge chance as well. So, which technically gets better if you max it out. Actually, wait, no, dodge. You can find dodge items on gear, can't you? Ooh. Actually, because of the fact that you can get dodge off of gear, I actually don't know that there's that big of an advantage that I would give to knights even under a normal situation. Because I think that getting like plus 20 to your dodge skill isn't that unreasonable. Like, that's actually a big difference. Let's see. Yeah, I think 25 might be the max in vanilla, but it might be 16. I thought it was like 16. I shouldn't comment on this. It's been many years since I actually looked up the maximum values for this kind of stuff when I was like, talking on internet forums about arguing on internet forums about, the mechanical advantages of the various melee classes. And I stopped worrying about the theoretical pretty much. 17 sounds like one of the numbers that I remember. But whatchamacallit? I forgot where my brain was going. Oh, when I did my dark side melee run with the druid, where I had a knight, a thief, and a monk. I feel like there was never a point where either of the other two caught up to the knight in terms of damage. And they were generally behind the whole time, and then they'd find something really good and useful that would make them on par for a while, and then they just fall behind again. I think that was the general crux of it. And there were points during the run where things were pretty even. And I think things were pretty similar at the end of the run, in part because I had like 90 spirit magic or whatever because of the double spirit stacking. And the other thing that I found out was that the worst part of it was the whatchamacallit? The lack of Grandmaster protection for magic. That was the biggest deal for the whole issue. And as for whether I'm over leveled for this dungeon, I am. This is like the lowest level that you can get in terms of dungeons. The 3 dungeons here all have like a minimum level. Like the lowest level enemies here are level 2. So like these like bloodsuckers, these things are level 2 by default. So even with the amount of bolstering that we're doing, they're not keeping up with us at all, right? They just, there's no way that they're gonna scale to a point where they're dangerous, even in the early game. So what we're gonna see in this run is whether I actually end up being over leveled for most of the run. That might end up being a problem that I run into if I depending on how it works. The basic way that like the experience works in like if you're doing a bolster minimum run, right? And a bolster minimum run would be like doing each continent one by one, so you're getting the minimum amount of bolstering happening, right? You're compounding your bolster once at the end of Might and Magic 6 or 7 or 8 or whichever one you do first, and then you're compounding it one more time when you do the second continent, and then you don't have any more compound for the enemy level, right? So bolster compounding twice is going to give you the minimum amount of bolster that you can have in your playthrough. And if you do a run like that, what you're going to have is really big spikes in the in enemy level. Ooh, this has vampiric built in. It's not good enough to justify worrying about it, I don't think. And so in this run, because we're doing so for the max bolster run, when you first get to a new continent, all of the enemies will have gotten all of the experience that you got in the previous continent, right? Like continent. All of them are just going to level up to the level that you were in the previous continent because they're getting 100% of that value. If you are maximizing your bolster by compounding it continuously, you are basically because basically in order to maximize your bolster, you need to maximize your own personal experience, right? Because all of the enemy experience is tied to your level, right? And so the way that you do that is by making sure that you're always fighting the highest level continent that you can, et cetera, et cetera. So instead of having a 100 level difference between you and the enemies in a continent that shrinks until you probably surpass them by a little bit at the end of that continent, and then you switch to a new continent, and now the highest level enemies in that continent are 100 levels higher than you again, and so you build your way back up. What actually happens is every continent is experiencing the same issue against your level, but it happens slower. So right now we're level 31. The bolster level is 18 in 6, 18 in 7, and 17 in 8. So we didn't even get a full level of experience in there. Goddamn. So the thing that happens over time is that all the enemies are, you start with the level 2 enemies, so they're one level higher than you at the beginning. So since you're getting 2/3 of your experience of your levels being handed to the enemies, over time you're catching up to and surpassing each of the enemies in sequence. So right now, with us being level 31, but us having a maximum bolster of 18, what that ends up meaning is that an enemy who was level 13 at the start, everywhere in the world, is now the same level as us, right? So the dynamic now is one where eventually, basically, when we surpass the dragons, we're going to surpass the dragons globally in terms of level. It's not going to be catching up to them slowly. And depending on how quickly we get experience, because the experience is slowing down somewhat now because we're fighting lower level enemies. Like, we're fighting enemies that were level 2. But, to give you an idea of, the level ranges involved with this kind of stuff, I gained a level just going through there without even getting the quest completed yet. We're going to need to turn in the quest. But even with the lack of even with that, we're getting 1, maybe 2 levels. We're going to probably get about a full level from that. From a level 2 to 10 dungeon at level 30. So if we're going to higher level dungeons, the enemies will be substantially higher level. And the thing that I'm curious about is I'm curious to see if we get a little too out of control by the time we even reach the high level dungeons, where we would start fighting the really high level enemies. I don't really know. Because right now, like, the highest level enemies are going to be about 118. And for comparison with, like, my previous runs, when I finished Garrett Gorge, I was in my 20s on my previous run. I was in the 20s somewhere. I think I was like 24 or something when I finished Garrett Gorge. So we're now level 32 in terms of EXP, and we're probably about to hit 33. So give me a...
Door is closed.
Oh, wow. It's that. Oh, wow. It's almost 5 o'clock exactly. So we're going to have to just wait until we can turn in. And the next place we're going is Might and Magic... 7. We're going to be going to Might and Magic 7 next. Hopefully we tick that up to 19. If we don't tick that up to 19, it's going to be very sad. Is it 5 o'clock yet? Come on, 5. Okay. Let's go ahead and do some inventory management while we're here. And I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to have like a fun and interesting run with a lot of like weird, complex shenanigans going on. But we will see. How much regen does this actually give me? 0.7 regen versus a boost to all resist. This also gives me more armor class. It also gives me more spell point. Yeah, we'll stick with this for now. It's a more powerful overall effect in ways that are not all handled by the... This is a Ancient Traveler's Cloak of the Gods that I didn't even notice that I had. This could be crazy good. Do we want to equip this on you? Says...
I can't carry anymore.
19% vitality for you. I'm going to do it. We're going to just equip this. We will see if this is... okay for anybody. I don't think it's going to be. I think this is going to be just... oh, never mind. I stand corrected.
Now this will do.
Okay, I think I identified this accidentally. This is 36. It has other stats that I don't need, though. We actually have... we have more stuff that we've picked up than I thought. I didn't remember picking up this much. So this has a lot of speed on it. There's a lot of fire resistance. Is this going to be useful for you? This is actually pretty useful for you. So what is your current gauntlets? Might, int, and personality. Let's go ahead and see if these are useful for you. And that's pretty substantial drop in vitality. Let's see. Oh yeah, I don't remember. Are you on like dark side? Oh right, I have cure paralysis.
Can't wait to cast it.
Let's see. I'll just check everybody. I don't know that I actually want to use these. Okay, we'll use these on you because your current things are just not that good. We'll get the might boost. We need the might at the moment because we don't have enough of a base might to play with, and we don't have very much luck. So we don't have a lot of benefit out of accuracy. Accuracy gets better the more powerful your party is, by virtue of the fact that it is there. Ooh, this is might and personality and accuracy. This might be... this gives spell points and intellect. Do I want to just give this to you and this to you? No, that's a pretty big drop. You know what? We'll keep this on. You can go ahead and equip this, because that's a pretty big DPS increase. The DPS increase might not seem like that big a deal right now, because they are not doing a lot of damage, but they're about to skyrocket a damage dealt. Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely a struggle. The first run that I did was really, really hard. This run has been way smoother, but a lot of the reason for that is just, I've now done it already. So, and another portion of it is just having... I think this is a stronger opening than the opening that I had the last time. So part of it is like me playing better moment to moment. part of it is knowing, like the previous run, I will admit, was fairly cursed. Not because I had bad luck, but because I didn't know what I was doing in Might and Magic 8, and I really botched my skill builds in a way that I am actually technically incapable of doing. Where did that thing go? Didn't I have a ring that I just was looking at? Was it in your inventory? Where'd it go? I had a thing that had might on it. Am I crazy? I might be hallucinating. It's fine. Yeah, we're gonna head to the armor shop.
Looking for a weapon?
We will. You are not the armor shop. That's fine. And part of it is just like
Don't touch the merchant.
having set things up better. I think that your second run is always going to be a lot cleaner than your first.
Come back.
Not necessarily always. Sometimes in life, you make decisions thinking, oh, this will be a very smart and good thing to do, and this will help me. And then you don't think about things that might end up being relevant, and they end up being relevant, and then you're sad because you made a mistake that you now have built into your build, like not having access to Grandmaster thing to get rid of the diseases that the very beginning of the game is chock full of. I don't think that that's an error that's going to cause a problem for me in the end game, probably. You know what might, though? No GM protection for magic, because there's no guarantee that I find enough eradication prevention to deal with that. The ghosts in some of these places are going to be a problem, I think. I think we're going to have some ghost problems. Yeah, that's the kind of error that I made in my first playthrough. That's the same kind of category of, oh, this was a suboptimal choice that I have made. We ended up recovering. We were pretty strong by the end of the game, so it ended up being okay, but we definitely had a bit harder of a time than we needed to for a while there. Let's see here. Let's just slap this over here. What are you? Nothing. Okay. Party composition is a monk, a paladin, a thief, a death knight, and a ranger. So this is Death Knight Ranger. So we have 2 Grandmaster Axe users in the party who are Minotaurs. So I think that'll be a pretty fun setup. My concern is that one of the things that I wanted to change up about this run was the fact that I had this character who was extremely vulnerable to just getting obliterated because they're a Minotaur wearing leather. And we've improved that by giving ourselves a Minotaur wearing chain, which is not a really big upgrade, if we're being honest. It is, in fact, not really much of an upgrade at all. The AC... It's weirdly, the skill value here is actually just worse for chain than for leather. Leather has 1 more point of resistance, and they both have the same AC value. So the skill itself is providing... basically, I think that chain is going to give you probably a sizable boost compared to leather in terms of your AC. Not like a huge difference, but it's going to be pretty significant because the skill itself is just multiplying the base value of the armor, right? So it's giving you a little bit, it's giving you more armor, but it's also going to give you possibly about the same resist, maybe a little bit less, because of the fact that maybe a little bit more even. I don't actually know. I don't know the values between the chain versus leather, but leather I do know is very weak in terms of its base stats. So unlike vanilla, where this resistance stat is really all that matters, in this it's multiplying that times the AC on the gear itself. So since it's multiplying against the gear itself, it's, you know, going to be a thing. I think I'm just going to progress time forward until we can walk in here. Let's see. Yeah.
I need your help.
All right. We did not find Sherry. We did do this. Evil cults. Oh, we can actually do that. What is rubber stamps, though? A greater rock. We're definitely killing that this month. Let's see here. I guess technically we could. One way to consistently do those would actually be to... now that I think about it, one of the ways to consistently get a kill on those would be to do the arena, because the arena, I think, is just giving you random stuff. So you could just randomize the arena until you get what you were looking for. My plan for the Dagger Wound Island Temple is honestly just to plow through it. I won't be doing it until a little bit later in the run. Wait, we've now picked up the quest's completion. So the place we're going to is Might Magic 7, which did tick up to 19. So that's good. We're at least getting one level more here, which it would have been rough if we were getting the same level as we just exited. So we'll do Goblinwatch. No, we did Goblinwatch. We're gonna do Magic 7 Goblinwatch. We're gonna do Harmondale Castle. And for Daggerwood Island Temple, because we're not going there for several things, I don't think it's going to be that bad.
Looks like this one's all right.
I've already got a few established techniques for how to deal with it when I'm way weaker relative to, like mechanically, I'm going to be in an okay shape because I'm going to be able to... I'm going to have Master Dagger by then, for instance. Like, my DPS on the character who is currently dying constantly because they have no sustain is going to get a lot better when they're vampirically regenning off of Master 12 Dagger instead of normal 12 Dagger with one dagger, you know what I mean? So... The thief is going to go from having basically no lifesteal to having a very significant amount of lifesteal very quickly. And so, yeah, I think that we're going to be probably mostly fine. But worst case scenario, I'm just going to use the same kind of, you know, cheesy bullshit that I used last time to pull enemies into locations that I did not... Okay, we're not going to worry about it. It's fine. I didn't get food. So I do not have the ability to save the game. I have one food. I'm not going to reload for that. We're going to keep going until fail. I think I might be able to clear this in one attempt. They're not that out of control. These are basically the same enemies I was fighting. I actually have apples. I could technically use an apple if I wanted.
No match for me.
I do generally allow myself to use apples, even though there's really no logical reason why they would be removed from the ban list. They don't get whitelisted for a particular reason. They just get whitelisted because I feel like it, and it's all vibes. I will make no attempt to justify why it is that I allow myself to eat apples. But on the plus side, we've completed 40% of this already. So we actually, I just realized we don't need to clear the whole place. We just need to get it to 65. So we actually might be able to save really quickly here. We don't need to worry about getting diseased because we're already diseased. One of the things that's really funny, actually, is that we got diseased in the arena instead of getting diseased in one of these random places. It's pretty funny. So we've got level 25. We got a level 29 Goblin Lord. We're on Doom. So yeah, the highest level enemies in here are now lower level than us. We've accumulated too many levels for that. And I will check to confirm. Yeah, we're on Doom. We on Doom. Yeah, I think we're going to be in a really strong position when we there. It's just random. So each spawn point has a given number of enemies that it can spawn, and it randomly chooses how many of them there will be and what tier each of those individuals is. So like there's so much variance there that you can have you can enter like an opening chamber and have like 30 enemies or 5. Like it can be such a huge difference. And there's no there's no controls in the variance, to my knowledge, that are designed to make it like gravitate toward an average of a certain number or like a certain power level. So like yeah, the spawn system is definitely like, hey, you know, sometimes it's crazy and sometimes it's not. That's just how the Might and Magic games were, and still are.
No match for me.
Let's see. Yeah, I think some of the spawn points have a much higher cap as well. Like, I think some of the spawn points are like 1 to 6 for certain places. And so you can have these really crazy amounts of variance that are like I'm still remembering like the time when on my first run, the only way that I managed to break my way into the Smuggler's Cave was I basically spawned a single minimum level enemy on each of the spawn points that was there, and just fully RNG'd my way into a usable seed. And I had to do a lot of RNG fishing in the beginning of that run for that very reason. Because there were just so many things in Might and Magic 8 in particular where you start out in a zone, and at the very start of the zone, there's a shit ton of enemies, and sometimes they're clearable and sometimes they're not. Might and Magic 8, I think, is worse for that than any other games in the series. Most of the games in the series, the entryway is fairly clear, right? Let's see. Let's see. One thing that you can do, if you're struggling with getting into the entryway of a zone, And you're just like getting a lot of like attempts where it's like, well, this does nothing for me. I can't do anything to this pack. And then you're just like, so you're like having to repeatedly fish for a pack you can clear. A thing you can do is if you leave the dungeon is set. The enemies will respawn if you leave before it gets cleared, but it's set. So what you can do is rather than getting a good seed and then hoping that you're successful with it, you can get a good seed and then you leave immediately. And then you have the autosave going back into the dungeon that you can play with. And you'll always have the exact same seed, and you can practice on that seed, right? So that's a thing that you can do if you're really struggling with a particular pack, where it's like, even if I get a good pack, there's no guarantee I can clear it because it's just really that hard. And it's something that I don't remember how much of that I did. I didn't do a lot of it because I don't like setting the seed like that for, frankly, dumb reasons. It's a good and useful strategy that I think is useful for some of the really, really punishing openings that you can get. But other than like editing the map files, I don't know how you would modify the like make it so that the opening areas are more consistently like either strong or weak depending on which direction you wanted to push it. I don't know that there would be a way to do that other than just manually editing the files to set a value from 1 to 6 to 5 to 6 or 1 to 2, you know. There is logic that later games implemented, I believe, not in this series, but later games, or maybe even around the same time, that gave you strong amounts of variance in what was possible in terms of like what enemies could be in a place and what they could do and stuff like that, but which basically tried to gravitate that randomness into like, okay, we spawned this thing, but we can only fit this amount of power in, so we're giving like a range of how powerful this total pack can be, and using RNG to fill the space, but there are only so many valid combinations from the technically possible ones. I think that there is I think there's a lot of games that have done stuff like that. What time is it actually? I think it says 4 o'clock, so I think we're fine. I didn't actually level up, did I? We're fine, I think. So next on our agenda is going to be clearing one of the Ravenshore dungeons and trying the second wave of things there. And then tomorrow, depending on which one of these is higher, we'll either go to Erathia or we'll go to Iron Fist. And whichever one of those we clear, we're probably going to the other one after that immediately. So my hope is that we go to Iron Fist next. That would be my preference in the matter. Character.
We could sell it.
Where are you? Purple. Let's give that to you for now. This is a white barrel. We will give that to you. We will give you... There we go. So, we've cleared this side, and I think we are going to go save, because we might as well. We've cleared this side, we're going to go back to the entrance, we'll just save the game, and then we'll finish up the second side. This is going very smoothly so far, compared to our previous run. We have yet to really run into a problem, I think, that's harder than the kind of shit that we were dealing with even in Ravenshore. Things got really bad in Alvar, Alvar was when things got really bad for us in the previous run. And we'll see if we ever get things as bad as the Wasps. Like, I was watching Werewasp Warning, and holy shit. We were struggling for a long time.
We could sell it.
A long time.
We don't need this.
Sorry.
I'm actually curious about something. We're going to find out.
Let's leave it behind.
I think it's
Let's leave it behind. Let's leave it behind.
okay. So this is the letter to Hairbow. Okay, so we're gonna finish clearing this out. There's probably some more bosses over here. There aren't that many enemies, but there's probably at least enough for 2 more bosses, maybe like 3. I don't actually remember how many bosses I fought though, so. Man, I'm looking forward to that expert dagger. It's gonna be so nuts. It's gonna be so wild, the difference that Severia gets from just doing that. Because it's not only going to impact the party's DPS, it's going to impact her survivability. Is her DPS going to double? It's probably going to come closer to tripling the DPS, I think. Because we're also going to be able to put more points into stuff. Okay, so we have Regenerating Rat here, which is not super optimal for us.
Yes. Require assistance.
Alright. So what time is it right now? I'm just gonna stay on this thing because it's regenerating, so I want to keep my DPS up. The fire attacks can't hurt us, so... Okay, we should be set here. Okay, we got a cloak. We got more enemies. Just heal up a bit. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting some of our durability stuff in play. It's going to be a long time before we get stuff like Shared Life. Shared Life is going to be really useful because some of our characters are going to have way more healing than others for a long time. The Kortal is going to be a very strong healer for good portions of the run. So we're going to want to be able to, you know, yoink some of that life-stealing goodness. Okay, those aren't aggroing. I'm going to just open this. That is a lot of lightning bats. They're lightning bats. Lightning rats and fire rats. Like, this is a lot of high-tier ones. It's not a big pack, but it's a powerful pack. It's a deceptively strong pack. It's like all mid to high tier enemies. Oh look, there's one normal rat in this whole pack. Yeah, these are all, I think there's just the one actual low tier rat, and then the rest of them are super high tier. Wild. Alright. Alright.
Let's leave it behind.
Another nice thing that we have going for us here is that Cortal's going to be able to do a lot of damage and carry us through a lot here in the early game. The one issue that I ran into in the other playthrough was that my damage output was just garbage at certain points. I think part of it was just that the enemies tended to be really high level compared to me. Like, I don't know what level the enemies in the ogre area were, but they were not low. I was really struggling with them, and so like the regenerators and stuff like that were particularly deadly because it's like, okay, well, you're barely touching this thing. And we'll definitely have that issue if we start getting into higher level areas. I don't know what level things like ghosts are. I actually just don't remember. But it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. How are you? White and white. Luck is for now. Or actually, luck should be both of you, right? Yeah, I should mix it between these two. One of them is only going to have one axe, not two, but. Okay, is that a boss? I think that's a boss. Thorns! What a way to end it. Let's end it with a thorn rat. Are you literally the last one alive? You better not fucking kill me just because you handled corners a little too well. Why did I walk backward? That was a bad idea. Okay, we're fine. And we only have the thorn rat left, I think. Okay. It's dead. Noises from the throne room. Uh-oh. I forgot about the ambushes that got added. Alright, what are you? That's a red barrel. I will give that to you just because I don't care. And green, orange, orange. Orange, you know what? Let's give you all of these just for now. And how about you? Blue barrel, let's go. Alright. I do not have the ability to save before I go to the throne room, but I do just have the ability to leave and come back to deal with whatever it is that spawned here. Like I can leave and save is what I want. There's probably 2 packs of these.
Ow!
Okay. So these are presumably whoever was actually in the throne room itself. That's kind of cool. These kind of preset spawns are obviously going to be less relatively dangerous in Doom, because all of the other spawns have been massively increased for Doom, and I think these are the same enemy spawns that you would have in the lower difficulties. So there's just not as many, like, there's not like a bunch of high tier enemies or anything like that. Okay, I think we are golden. So we've cleared this dungeon. We are now eligible for 34. Not too shabby, but also I didn't level up, I believe. So, and we did get weakness just now, right? On the plus side, I don't have to worry about that too much because of the nature of the run. I don't have to worry about the... I don't have to worry about dying of exhaustion that much because I'm going to be probably going to the arena next, right?
Come in, come in.
Alright, so you want me to go to Stone City, that's cool and all. You're eligible for 34 still. How are we on things? Bolster level is 19 everywhere. We haven't gotten an extra level here yet. That's really unfortunate. Is there anything else we can do? Yes, there is. There's one more thing we can do that we, in fact, need to do.
How are you today?
Let's see. You wouldn't believe this fabrication, would you?
I don't know.
So, Hairball, what level are you? Level 29. Interesting. I wonder if Hairbow's level is attached to your current level, your current bolster. Even then, like, Hairbow's like a hobgoblin, right? Very interesting. Because that was a 29 enemy. That's on par with a Goblin King. I think. So, we're not quite... We don't have quite enough experience to do what we'd like to do. Let's go Alvar. But let's take a look. So we have... Might Magic 6, I think, is the lowest levels gained. So that should be the place that we go next, right? Am I thinking of this correctly? Because we can't calculate it based off of the bolster level. Might Magic 6 should be the highest level between these options, I believe. Give me 1 second. Okay. This is working fine. Let's see. So yes, we're not going back to... I guess we're going to Iron Fist. Right? We just pop right on over there. Do we have anything we can do? I'd love to get the bounty stuff done, but the bounties are so fucking hard to make happen. Because we need to get the bounty, like, upgrades over time. Arkham Mage, Meditation Spot, Iron Fist, Shine of Harmony, Sherry. We don't have any NPCs here that we haven't turned in a quest with. Yeah, I think unfortunately we're not going to be able to tick this up to 20. We're gonna just have to jump into Iron Fist and play it from there. So in Iron Fist, we're going to be clearing the exterior. We're not going to be fighting anything inside until later. And I think we're set. I'm going to go ahead and do a save under, honestly, Goblin's done. Because we're almost completely out of Goblins in the entire series now. So let's go over here. We're going to pop over to the Castle Iron Fist area. We are all weak because I didn't pick up food on the way. That was very intelligent of me. I'm very smart. And we're going to cure the weakness. We're still going to be the diseased, unfortunately. Actually, here's a fun question. Should I allow myself to cure this disease? Not right now, and not with consumables, but with something that is not technically against the rules. Or, honestly, or in fact... logistically against any of the rules that I have in play, because I'm fully content to use cheese quite often. I'm wondering if I should allow for that. It won't come into play now, it'll come into play later. And I think that I might end up doing it just because it'll be funny. And I think it's fun to do funny things. Yeah, we'll probably end up doing it. So the enemies here are now level 24 for the Mystics. They're level 22 for followers. The lowest tier of these are starting at level 2. Really, really good to get the bolster going quick. In order to cure the disease. The way that's not against the rules to cure my disease is naturally to disease myself and then just cure it. I can't do it right now because I don't have the spell. But I can disease myself and then cure the disease. Enemies can't do it to me. But I do have the ability, if I so choose, to disease myself. Not with a consumable. I got tricks. I got tricks and traps all over this place. Alright, expert knife fighting. Let's go. Okay, so expert. Let's see, which one of these are we gonna equip? This is the weaker of these two. So I think that might be just the right one. There's a cure disease spell. There is.
Let's leave it behind.
You could probably disease yourself with dark containment, but dark containment isn't in this one. There's no spell that can disease you now. Let's see here. Some people who've been watching long enough probably know what I'm talking about, though people might have forgotten by now. It's a tricksy trap that I can pull. It's not going to come into play for a very long... Oh my god, this is a Staff of Darkness! Okay. So, we would have to really edit that a lot to make it useful. We'd need to up the tier, we need to up the level. It's so low level. But that is a possibility.
This is perfect.
Oh, that's Primordial Divine with of Doom effect on it. I like it. Do we want to just put this on you? Or maybe, yeah.
Who needs it?
Yeah, you got it, Astro Kitty. You got it. I don't know if it'll still work. They might have patched that in they being any number of people. Greyface could have fixed that. Fixed is a strong word. There are several entities that could have decided that that is not a thing that needs to be an existing mechanic. So, you have a belt. I think I have people with no belt. Yeah, you don't even have a belt. Yep, if you use a bell, if you use a well that gives you disease, unlike an enemy, where the effect goes off on your screen, but it doesn't do anything, the well forces the condition on you. So, if you use a well, you'll have a 0 duration copy of the effect on you, and it overwrites the effect that you currently have. So I would need to find 3 wells, 1 for each type of disease, and use all of those wells and then cure the disease that's associated with that well. And I don't remember where they all are. I think there's one in Blackshire. I think Blackshire might be the top tier one, might be the bottom tier one. But yeah, there's wells associated with each disease type, so you can eventually cure that way. It's very cheesy, but I might end up doing it depending on how I feel about it. I might end up not doing it just because I feel like this run's been going pretty well. It might feel a little dirty to do something that cheesy just to clear off a portrait effect, because it's not like I'm struggling, which also has the benefit of making me stronger, which makes it so that it's like, okay, well, now you're struggling even less. So I may or may not end up doing it. Most likely I won't, just because, again, it just feels it feels a little much if I'm really doing quite well already. So we're going to go up here, maybe. Do we need to do anything up there? I don't necessarily know that we do. So let's pop over here. I'm going to burn through some of these. And I don't know... Oh, right. I didn't go to the... I need to go downstairs, not upstairs. I need to go to the bottom here. We're gonna see how tough this is. I have concerns about those over there, but luckily they're pretty slow, so they're not climbing the hill very fast. I don't want them getting close to the guards. Is that... That's not a boss, that's just a fanatic. Fanatics just have very fast movement speed. I'm actually gonna dive these. Okay. But yeah, the other thing that I can get is I can get Expert Shield here, and I can get Expert Chain here. So the Expert Chain is going to be pretty useful. That'll improve my Legendary Chain. And the Expert Shield is going to be pretty good because Expert Shield is really, really strong. Really strong, no notes. So, the exterior here is going to be pretty easy. There's not really a lot of dangerous shit to deal with out here, I don't think. I think this is mostly all that we have to deal with is just these two types of enemies. And we've kind of established that they're just not going to end up being a problem for us. So here's the Expert Chain. Done. Here's Expert Plate, which we already have done. And we have Expert Shield. So, we now have 1,231. We have almost 800. And we're doing okay. And we have traveled, so we don't have to worry about dying at 3 o'clock. Oh, shit! I need to dive these before the guard shows up. No! Don't walk past. How dare you? Is that thing gonna go after the... Okay, it doesn't look like they're going after the peasants. We're okay for now. Oh shit, there's too many on me. I need oh god, there's a boss! Do they even attack the peasants? Oh, they're not even aggro on the peasants, so we're probably fine. Oh god. Oh god. That's a problem. I don't even know if they're hostile to the guards, actually. Is that... Oh, okay, so we have an exploding boss on us. Oh, shit. Oh, god. Life is sad. When did I save? I saved right before I got here. That's fine. Alright, we're not going to worry about it. We're going to grab Shield Expert. We're going to grab Chain. And then we are going to pull back a little so that we can save. And this is going to be a pretty powerful pack. But we don't have to worry about them attacking the peasants, at least. So that's we have that going for us. I think I'm going to go to... It looks like actually I walked way too far forward last time and aggroed way more enemies. Like we're not in aggro range right now with most of those. I'm going to see how many I'm in aggro range of if I'm standing here. We don't have water walking active, so we presumably... We're going to back up again. We've now aggroed a sizable portion of this pack. And we've actually aggroed way too many of this pack, I think. We basically aggroed the whole thing. We're hitting the exploding fanatic, and I don't think it can hit me, so we might be chill here. I don't have to move, but I am, because it's more fun that way. Okay, we've got the exploder down. I think we're fine now. I think that was doing the bulk of the damage here. These are fairly low level, but the bosses are still bosses, you know? Oh my god! That is a second Oracle Orb.
No match for me.
What is this RNG? I really want to save, but at the same time, I don't want to run off of things while they're chasing me that fast. Yes! Are you fucking kidding me? We just got our second Oracle Orb. I think this is how many I got in the entire run last time, right? Did I get 3 or did I get 2? I feel like I only got 2 last time. This is truly mad. This is late game of this run is gonna be crazy. And the other thing is that we're actually having a pretty chill time with the mid game, or sorry, with the early game here. And the early game is the part that I thought was going to be the roughest, honestly. The enemies scaling up to level, like, 30, while I'm still sitting on, like, normal levels of random shit, and none of my characters are promoted, so I don't have any, like, high-tier anythings. And don't have, like, proper gear sets or anything like that. I thought this was going to be the hardest part of the game, and it might be. This might actually just be a really relaxing, chill run, actually. This might actually be fully chill the whole time, the whole way through. We've got 3 legendaries, we found 2 Oracle Orbs. Wild. The first one I got was in Regna, I think. I actually will say that I found a lot more than that. I think I found maybe 5 of them total during the run. But I kept dying immediately after getting them. So, like, the attempts that I got them were all on bad attempts. Which, admittedly, if you have a lot of bad attempts, it makes sense that your bad attempts are the ones that you get things on, because you have more bad attempts than you have good attempts. There is that, you know, tilting the numbers a bit. But even so, if 90% of your attempts are failures, you're going to have a lot of cool shit drop on your failures, you know? Why are you not dead? I want you to be dead. Okay, is there a boss in that? Yep, that's a... Oh, it's a thorn. Ooh. So we're not clearing you right this moment. I think I'm actually going to pull out. We're going to try to get... Can I get far... There's none of the fanatics on me anymore, I don't think. So I think we can just pull out completely. Because the other enemies here, because they're all ranged, are actually slower. They're closer to, like, normal enemy speed. And so we can just pull out. So we disengaged from that. We've got our stuff back up. How are we doing? We're level 34. We're not weak, are we? We're not weak. God, it would be funny to cure the disease. The other thing, the disease will be cured by the end of the game. We won't have the disease forever. It does get cured automatically when we hit the Shrine of the Gods in Dragon's Hand. So it's like, bear in mind that, like, if I don't do something cheesy, I'm not completely diseased for the rest of the game. I'm just diseased for most of the rest of the game because I'm, you know, only going to be doing Dragon Sand at the end of the entire run, not like 2/3 of the way through the run, the way that I did last time. Okay, there's one here. I think the other one can't hit me from there. Okay, we need to get behind cover. And everybody's awake now, which is very useful for me. I'd like to get you... If I can get this in a corner, we're fine. Can I get you... Yeah, you can't hit me here. Okay. Oh god. The weakness! It's 3 o'clock! We're just going to very casually cast Cure Weakness. It's 3 o'clock. We're just hanging out. We're just chilling. Everything's fine.
never seen.
Okay, this thing is...
Let's fight.
Tis but a scratch. I don't know.
it doesn't have that much HP, we're fine.
I've never seen one.
Look at that! Severia managing to actually KO herself. Because she actually has the damage for it now.
I've never seen one before.
We have just a little bit more to burn through, and then we'll be fine. We don't want to knock out Cortal, really, because that drops our regen effect.
I've never seen one.
But we can probably do it now. Nope, we're going to wait for you to walk by.
We've got it.
There we go. And luckily it is a ranged enemy, so with a ranged enemy like that, you can just get them in a corner to deal with them. Ranged thorns are way easier to deal with than melee thorns. Okay, that's done. That's done. We got you. We got you. And we've now cleared out a good portion of this. We've triggered our weakness. We have a couple hours before we can train. Training will be nice. Do I have anything else that I need to pick up here in terms of skills? I don't really remember. I don't think so. I think Spirit Master can be picked up here, but I'm not promoted, so it's not like I can't do it yet. So, anything else that I can pick up right now? I mean, I wouldn't be able to pick up Mastery anyway because I'm not promoted.
No match for me.
We can pick up the quests in the palace. What else would we do? I think we might be done in terms of skills, but I'll take a look. We'll take a look with the. I have the things that I thought were relevant listed in my pathing thing. I'm actually just gonna walk past these. I'm just gonna walk to here, and we'll start clearing them from here. They'll approach us and they'll be able to hit us, at least in theory. There's actually an hourglass, which I really like. I need one of those. We haven't started working on our gear yet. But that actually gives me the ability to potentially do some good work on my legendary chest. If I want. I don't know if I want to, because there's only one legendary chain copy that I can use. So I don't know that I'm gonna need to do that. Is it 5 o'clock? Yeah. Okay. So we're just pop over here. We did just save, so we don't need to worry about it too much. As the enemy damage starts getting a little out of hand, we will basically just pull away from here and go behind the temple to heal up. It's already getting out of hand. Is that a fanatic? It's boss. No, it's just a normal fanatic. We're getting a little bit out of control now. A little bit problem. Quite a few ranged attackers. Let's go. We're just gonna pop behind the thing here, and we're all good. You know, how much of the difficulty that I was having actually getting good attempts into stuff was tied in the early game just to me forgetting to recast preservation. A thing that I do not have to worry about at all. You know? These are important issues of our time, is being able to stack a bunch of durability on a character to keep my preservation up is a meaningful upgrade over forgetting to cast preservation 5 times in an hour. So it's going to be so nice. This whole run, we don't need to micromanage our buffs. I mean, we have to micromanage them in the sense that we'll need to make sure that we have the appropriate buffs up. I don't even know if we have Stone Skin up, which is what we should have right now. I should probably check on that, huh? I guess I can check here. Yeah, we have Stone Skin, we're fine. We got the right buff up. Okay, that's done. We are in the green. We got some helms. We got some reagents. We can save the game. And we've cleared out, I don't know, maybe a tenth of the map. We can also approach this across the water if we want. That might be a fun way to approach it rather than approaching it the normal way. Let's clear these out first. And then we will start working on those over there, because that'll be fun. And the base enemies don't even have a ranged attack. It's just the tier 2s. Fanatics are really fast. Alright. Okay, it's 12:30. I think we might be able to finish up Iron Fist before we leave. Once we finish up Iron Fist, we can pick up Master Dagger, which is huge. We may or may not be able to pick up Master Shield. I don't actually remember. And hopefully we get a decent amount of experience here. We are also going to be able to turn in a quest here, which is nice. We have the letter quest to turn in this component of it up to before we even enter anything. So that'll be nice. That'll give us a nice little chunk of EXP to use later. It's early in the morning, and I don't feel like rotating up there yet, so we're going to start aggroing these. It occurs to me that I can't maintain both of these at the same time. You know what? No, I'm not going to do that. This is not so easy that I don't want the regen spellcast. So we are, in fact, going to go back up. We're going to go train, and that will reset our timer for weakness and death. And I don't think that training is going to influence the amount of experience that we get off of enemies. I think it's based off of the amount of experience I have, not my actual level. I could be wrong on that, but I believe that is the case. So, yes. Also, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to check my document. Chain, shield, and dagger are the things that I have written for Rathia, or sorry, for Iron Fist. So I'm pretty sure that we're set there. I don't think we have any other skills that we need to pop immediately. Let's see. Did you send that this stream? I don't see it on the chat log. That's weird. Maybe I missed it while things were moving faster. Give me a second. I just want to check because I don't remember seeing. Oh, yeah, you asked it a million years ago, and I just fully missed it. Sorry about that. Arctole is a name that I came up with as like 12-year-old, and I've just been going by Arctole ever since. I go by Arc in real life. Like that's just my name. So It's not just my Twitch name. It's just my name. I came up with it when I was 12. I liked it. Artole is kind of like a weird situation because Artole was actually a character that I came up with that I kind of idealized as a kid, who I don't have a ton of respect for Arctole the character, to be clear. These days, Arctole the character is very cringe.
Spirit.
But Artole is like one of my least, whatchamacallit,
Spirit. Magic of life.
least respectable characters.
Magic of
So over the years, so first this was a character that I idealized. Then in my late teens, it was a character that I identified with. And then as I got into my 20s, it was a character that I was like, yeah, that sure is me in my 20s. Sorry, that sure is me as a teenager. That is a very, not immature character, right? And Arctole is not a teenager. Arctole is a deity. They're a powerful entity, right? But they are also very cringe and all that jazz.
Well done. Well done. Well
I don't associate very strongly with Arctole as a character anymore, but I still associate with the name because it's my name now. It's been my name since I was in my teens. Let's see here. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. I think we get Leather Mastery at some point soon. It is so true. It is so true. You know, if you're going to have a self-insert character, which is Arctole only debatably is a self-insert, but because again, the character was created not as me exactly. It's more of like an idealized conception of myself that I had as a kid. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. Okay. I clicked on every window except the one I needed. I don't see anything of importance. I don't remember why I was looking at this either. Let's see. But yeah, I still think the character is very fun. To be clear, and yes, I also made up my own language, which I didn't develop it that far. It's not a very well developed language, but I do speak a little bit. And technically, the term the Arctole as a name came from that linguistic root first because I needed to come up for what Arctole meant. And Arctole, in the syntax of the sentence, it made the most sense for it to mean I. So it meant I in that sentence. So that's why... that's where it's all made. It is all very sad, kid. Okay, let's see. I agree completely with whatever you've got going on. Did I just pump Arms Master on you? I didn't. I got this up to 7 earlier, right? Do I want to pump more regen? Do I want to get regen up to 10? I have so little to do on Commoniton for right now. I could put some more points into leather. But we can't even get it that high. Fuck it. I'm just going to put a couple more points into regen. It's fine. Why not? We'll just get regen up to this. We'll get bodybuilding later. It's all good. Next on our agenda is What do we want to do with you? You're ready for Master Sword. You're ready for Master Shield. You are going to be getting Arms Master Expert eventually. You're going to get Bodybuilding Master. Let's see. Well, the thing is that like it doesn't actually technically mean I, because the speaker, right, is a specific person, right? So the speaker in that sentence is a specific person. That person is Arctole, right? So I fits into the sentence, but it's not I literally. It's I as in I'm speaking in the third person, and this is my name. Let's see. But like it doesn't literally define as I. Arctole is specific to the character Arctole. But yeah, the other characters it's the only character that has that weird of an origin of their name. Severia's origin is fairly ordinary. Severia's surname is just Latin, because I thought it would be funny. Severia's surname is Severia Cruer, and Cruer is like spilled blood in Latin. So it's specifically like spilled blood, right? Like when I saw it, because I was like, I hate surnames. I don't like surnames. None of my characters really do surnames, but Severia needed a surname specifically because of the fact that Severia was a member of a feudal aristocracy in the story, so I needed to come up with a surname for this character that I would not normally associate with a surname. And so that was the surname we came up with, just for shits and giggles. Which is appropriate for the character, because she's got a whole blood thing going on. Severia is fundamentally a blood mage. That is her whole deal. Not her whole deal. It's a good portion of her deal, though. Let's see here. We can save. We can dive to you. I'm just gonna dive into these and see what happens. We got lots of skills. We got lots of gear. We golden, no problem. We got so much AC. We're definitely fine. This is definitely not going badly. Okay, we might want to walk over here, not because we're afraid and not because we're struggling or anything, but just because we want to give them time to like think about the decisions that they're making in their lives and maybe repent for their sins or whatever. Let's see here. That maybe is an inappropriate framing on slaughtering mystics of color. That might, maybe I should think about the way that I frame these sentences, actually. I think we're probably okay here. Let's see. Yeah, I actually have a couple characters that are based off of friends as well. Let's see. Nice. Things have gone off the rails. The players do not have information that they needed to have. I need someone to tell them this information. Let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, I was in fact running away from them for the alternative strategy of I needed to go and heal because I was in fact going to die if I stayed in. The entire thing about like giving them, a chance to like stop attacking me was in fact fully cope because I was losing the fight. That was fully cope. You know what? We should maybe leave. We didn't leave. We in fact died instead. You know. See, I should have coped. I should have coped harder. That was stronger than I expected it to be. What level are the wizards?
Easy for me.
Yeah, you say that. Okay, level. You know, you say too easy for you, but I think you just died to them. Let's see. I'm actually gonna do something a little weird. I'm gonna pull more of them and see what happens. If I stand on this, can you attack me from everywhere? I think yes. So that's not gonna help me much. And they're too slow to spread out the way that I want them to. I want them to get to the sides of the bridge. I think I'm probably just boned here, but we might be able to make it work. I guess I could just leave, because the ones over here are actually weaker. I had an opportunity to leave there, and I didn't take it. But yeah, I think we're going to dive over here. We're going to aggro these. We're going to pull them a little ways away so that we don't pull any extras. And it looks like we're only getting some of them. So let's get forward enough so that we have enough that it's worth our time. And then we have one lizard wizard, which is good. Do we have more than one? Nope, just the one. So that's going to be something we can quickly burn down, but it doesn't really weaken the pack that much to do this. We're going to burn you down. I probably should actually abandon these and just either reset by running away like this, or alternatively... there's only one other lizard. Oops. Let's see. Yeah, that makes sense. There's so much like going on with the Kriegen, but like nobody knows about it, right? Like nobody in these worlds has any fucking idea what's going on with the Kriegen, basically, because they don't understand the nature of their own world basically at all. Which, like, going through an entire D&D campaign with the players not realizing, like, oh, this is, like, actually not quite as simple as it seems on its face, would be, you know, less fortunate. Because Might and Magic 6 is, like, I don't know, 30 hours long. It's not anywhere near what you're getting out of a D&D campaign. What are you? Cursed. That's not pleasant. You should stop doing that. I didn't see any good spells that I needed, right? I think that I checked and saw nothing useful. So, unfortunately, we're sitting on a fairly even stack here. And it's not really very thoroughly, like, discussed, right? Like, it's pretty unclear what the hell's going on with the Kriegen in terms of their ability to, like, create, like, a whole cult around them. Because, like, the Temple of Ba is really dumb, right? Like, they're really obviously cartoonishly evil. And despite that, they have, like, a lot of followers. Right? Like, interestingly enough, if you look in pure numbers, the majority of the population of this setting are followers of Ba. Right? Like, there's not, like, because all of the enemies are either aligned with or otherwise, you know, figuring with the Temple of Ba specifically, like all of them are aligned with the Temple of Ba, which is kind of wild to think of because it's like the Dragoons, the Shadow Temple, like all or not Temple, the Shadow Guild, the Thieves Guild, basically. There's all these entities that should be in opposition to each other because they're both seeking power over the same space. They're all seeking the same thing, and they're all part of this weird conspiracy that doesn't have any coherent end goal, right? Like, why would anyone join the Kriegen, right? Much less have, like, the ability to manufacture this gigantic cult out of them, right? It's really weird. Because it's like it just doesn't serve them. So it's just kind of interesting to think how the Might and Magic 6 specifically, the entire world revolves around the Kriegen. Everything ties back to them. Like in Might and Magic 6, all of the this thing has so much HP. What level are you?
Can't identify that.
You're level 39. Okay, that's pretty high level. It's just kind of interesting because in 6, like everybody is on board with this incredibly dumb conspiracy, and in 7 that's just not the case, right? In 7 you've got all sorts of factions doing all sorts of weird bullshit with each other, and like
There's no one can fit it.
there's very clear conflict going on, and some of like the most powerful groups have been like influenced by these aliens, these competing factions of aliens that are fighting each other, but like they also have like a pretty clear like why is it that this faction is working for these aliens? Like why is it that these are aligned in their purpose? And oh shit. Whereas I don't feel like that's the case in 6. Yeah, I mean, they're literally the Temple of Ba. But, I mean, to be fair, that is also just Christianity, right? Like, Christianity, like, you're meant to be sheep. So, like, one of the things that's actually very funny is that, like, the whole Eldritch horror genre is kind of just representing Christianity, because Christianity is basically just Eldritch horror. Right? Like, you have these unknowable beasts from beyond the stars. Like, biblically accurate angel is a meme for a reason, right? Like, a biblically accurate angel has, like, 17,000 eyes and, like, 15,000 arms. And is, like, literally like, yes, describe a monster from, an Eldritch horror universe. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's a principality. This chaos monster from beyond the stars. Describe anything in the Bible. Yes. What is that? Shadow Hearts? Yes, every enemy in Shadow Hearts. So, there is an element there of, like, it feels very on the nose, but it's like, it is also, like, literally just the way that mainstream religion, in the place that these people were making the game, exists, right? Like, the sheep allegory is not one they made up for this game.
Yes.
Okay. I think we can go save. Let's see. Yeah, the whole dynamic with Zenefex. It's also possible that like they're because the original Hive is like their ship, right? it's entirely possible that they needed technology that they had on that ship in order to do things on the level that they were doing it in 6. Because, you know, they're not... I mean, they are magic because it's a magic setting and they're spellcasters natively, right? They're native spellcasters, so they are in fact magic. But they're not magic in the sense of, like, they're literally space aliens with technology, right? So if you blow up their ship, who knows what kind of weird shit that they had on those ships. I played a little bit of the hero side of the series as a kid, but I wasn't really that into it. It wasn't the... I played so many strategy games, and the hero series just couldn't keep my interest. I preferred, like, with the way that the hero system worked, I felt very confused by it because I didn't feel like the heroes themselves were like, I preferred either to not have those kinds of characters or to have those characters be more powerful than they were, rather than just have, like, mechanical impacts on the armies to actually be, like, a combatant. So... let's see. Let's see. We got another scouring orb that we may or may not get to keep. It is... ooh, it's 12:52 already. We're not going to be able to finish the Iron Fist exterior before we have to end, unfortunately. I guess I should have been a little less fast and loose with my life just now, because if I had... Nah, I probably wouldn't have had time anyway. It would have been closer, but I don't think I would have had time. I have enough HP to play with to... I don't think I should be diving these, actually, because these are closer to that mountain, and I don't think I killed everything on the mountain yet. I'm fairly certain I did not. We've now moved these onto the bridge. So some of these are going to go on the bridge, some of them are going to go behind the bridge. But all of them will be a little bit more manageable than they were in the open. Let's see. Because they all have the ability to hurl fireballs, right? Like, that's got to be magic. Because they're also always naked, right? Let's see. Yeah, it is interesting. I feel like the immunity effect was, it's actually something that Star Ocean plays with a bit too, actually. From a gameplay perspective, it is kind of true in game. The Queen is immune to everything but energy damage. So it's true for the most important of the Kriegen. Personally, I think it would be more interesting if the Kriegen were immune to blasters. The Kriegen being immune to blasters would actually be much more of a coherent way of, like, explaining the setting. Because of the fact that, like, you have a spaceship full of a spacefaring, you know, species of alien fighting against 4 idiots with a single gun. Both the reactor and the Queen are both immune to blaster fire. or immune to non-blaster fire in vanilla. I am 97.5% certain of that. I'm pretty sure that in my initial run, I took off the blasters and then it was like, oh wait, I can't kill this thing either. Or I think I had no. In my initial run, that was without the gray face mod, and without the gray face mod, you can technically kill it because your secondary of fire and stuff like that actually do energy damage. But I'm almost positive the Cregan Queen is also immune to it in vanilla. But I think that it makes more sense if they're immune to blasters. Because if they're immune to blasters, then it's like, well, how did this spacefaring civilization lose against these idiots who got, killed by 4, random morons with pistols? Right? Like, I don't know what happened to the Cregan to get them stuck on this planet in the first place, but, I don't know, man. A world-spanning, conspiracy was formed. They had the resources, and you just kill them with guns. Yeah, the reactor is definitely immune to it. I'm pretty sure that the thing. Let's see. Interesting. I don't remember. I was using physical. I was using physical though. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It could also be because I wasn't using Greyface. Because I think the Greyface patch is already by default on in the GOG version. So if someone was playing the GOG version, it would have the Greyface mod on, which fixes a lot of stuff. So if there was some reason that the Queen was supposed to be, but I don't know. We'd have to load back up that initial run. We could do a watch along on live stream. That would be funny. It's the last episode, right? It can't be hard to find this. Let's find out. Nope, that's not. Wow, I haven't opened up this website in a million years. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're going to my channel. Let's look at our playlists. I only have 1,000 of the things. Actually, I don't have that many of them. Mulligan Mayhem. White Magic 7. Okay, Arc Mode, The Mandate of Tolle. Does that sound like my first run? Maybe. Okay, Hive Hacking sounds about right. So, am I misremembering what happened here? God, this is so long ago.
Okay, so we killed all the beasties that are on the way.
Okay, that's the Queen there. So we kill them. That's not a chest. Stop looking at this. Every time I play this game, I try to click on that thing and think it's a chest.
Okay, that's just a random.
Am I misremembering this?
I think those things are respawning. So what we need to do now is give him back his trident. Give her.
No, I'm hitting this Demon Queen for full damage. I fully just misremembering. Don't mind me. Fully just misremembering what happened there. Don't judge me. Do judge me. Do judge me. I don't know why I am misremembering this, but I'm definitely misremembering it. It took a long time before I got to the thing. I should have just put it on double speed because I didn't know when in the VOD I was like wandering around the room.
So, there's no room left. Excellent.
Okay. So, it's 12:59. We're going to loot this chest over here. And then that's actually going to be it for today. I think there's a chest over here, right? Yeah, there's a chest right there. So we're going to go loot this chest, and their face is looking more blurry than you'd expect. Is there another chest around the corner here? I don't remember. Doesn't matter for now. So I think we're about... are we about halfway done? I think that the enemy density over here is higher than the enemy density on this side. So I don't think we're quite halfway done with the zone. But I don't think it's going to be too bad. We're going to have to pull a little bit slower over there than we pulled over here if we want to not die a bunch of times, which, that's not a given. It's not a given that we don't want to die a bunch of times. But we've managed to clear these out. We'll be clearing out a few more. And let's take a look at our situation here. So Might Magic 6 is, interestingly enough, still behind the others. We do have we have a quest turn-in, though. We do have a quest turn-in still, so that will help us a bit. That'll give us a little bit more experience. My hope is that we can get the bolster level to at least 20 for the other two locations. And that would be very nice. But the next thing we're doing is I guess the next place is either going to be Arathi. Which one do we have more levels in? Levels gained in 6, levels gained in 8. So Might Magic 7 should be next, right? Because we have the... So we're going back to 7, which means that in Might Magic 7, we will be clearing out Arathia as well. So we'll have access to Arathia. We'll have access to this place. It's going to be a while before we get access to Alvar. Alvar is a ways in the future. But we're going to have some cool stuff. So that's going to be it for right now. So thank you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure to stream this for you today. Some of the things I said occasionally happened to be correct through no fault of my own. Happened to be correct through no fault of my own, or in fact, no skill of my own. And yeah, that's going to be it. Later, folks.